Welcome to the Hillsborough County Special Magistrate hearing. When addressing the special magistrate, please state your name, address, speak clearly into the microphone. Any person who decided to appeal the decision of the hearing officer with respect to the matter considered at this meeting, you will need a record of the proceedings, and for such purposes, you may need to ensure that a verbatim record of the proceeding is made, which record includes the testimony and evidence upon which your appeal is based. Please silence all electronic devices, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Meyer.
We have two vehicle for hire cases that are on the agenda this morning. We placed these on the agenda due to a possible technical issue at the hearing on July 13th. And we are bringing this back to you now to ask that you vacate the orders issued on July 13th and the orders dated July 15th, 2021, and issue a new ruling today. And some parties are here to speak on this case. And if you're here, the two case numbers are number 1, RCV 2101280 and RCV 2100074. Violator is Target Recovery and Towing on both cases. Is someone here to speak on this? Come up now.
Okay, I will vacate the order. Previous orders.
Okay, so the two previous orders are vacated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Everyone who's standing up that needs to take the oath, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Well, who's going to speak first on this? Okay. I'm sorry. We're going to hear first case number RCV 2101280. For the conduct was demanding a cash payment for a towing fee on this one. And I'm going to pull up the PowerPoint for that case. And you can go ahead, yes.
Good morning. My name is Alan Grinaldi. I'm an investigator with Hillsborough County Regulatory Compliance at 2907 East Hannah Avenue. Before I begin, I'd like to reiterate a correction that I made on the citation originally. In the narrative section of the offense, I wrote the date incorrectly as 8/8/2021. It should reflect 8/8/2020. I received this complaint. Initially, Mr. Piccato had filed his complaint with the Department of Agriculture, and it was forwarded to our office, so there was a bit of a delay. Mr. Piccato had done a great deal of work putting his complaint together because there were several issues that he had, to include a damage to his vehicle, unauthorized recording of telephone conversations. But the complaint that we investigated was the demand for cash payment of the tow fees. During my investigation, I determined that Mr. Piccato was subjected to the request for cash payment only and was not afforded the opportunity to pay via some other means, such as a credit card or a debit card. Mr. Piccato is present to testify to those facts today. As a result of my investigation, I did issue a citation for demanding cash payment to the business.
Okay, have you given the witness oath? Or the oath of witness? Hey, gentlemen need to.
Okay, if you would like to testify now, you can come up. Turn the microphone on. Please state your name and address before you begin your,
My name is Juan Picado. My address is 1301 South Howard Avenue here in Tampa, Florida, 33606. And like Investigator Grinaldi mentioned, on August 8th, my car was towed from my parking lot in my residential area. My car did have a decal that allowed me to park there, so I was a little bit upset. When I went to pick up, I figured that it had been towed. I figured it had been unlawfully towed. When I went to pick it up, I talked to an individual that was a representative of the company. I called them and asked them whether they had my car. They said yes. I went and picked it up. When I arrived to the place, before arriving to the place, I had verified that on their website that the company took credit cards because I didn't have any cash. A lot of my assets were in my car at that moment. When I arrived to the locale, it was a rainy day. I remember it. I called the gentleman, Luis, a representative of the company, and he said that he would only be taking cash. I mentioned to him that I didn't have cash, that I had my credit card. He said, well, you better go get some soon. I was there without a vehicle. I was in the middle of somewhere in Tampa, and I had no idea where there was a ATM. I was able to find one by walking the area and asking around. Eventually, I did come back, and I called the defendant again. The defendant came, and I asked to see my vehicle before it got released to me, before I paid my fees. They said no. They took me to an office, a very small office. I remember it was right like at the cusp of coronavirus. So it was a little bit annoying because nobody except for me was wearing a face mask. When I walked into the room, I asked to see pictures of the tow, whether it had been a lawful tow. They said that they showed me a picture. It was a tiny thumbnail picture. They said I requested bigger pictures because I thought you could see the decal of my the decal, my parking decal on the windshield. They said on Monday, it was on a Sunday, on Monday I would be able to email and request the bigger pictures, the bigger resolution pictures. So I went ahead, I paid, I went to my car, and I noticed the front bumper had damage. I figured that it had been from, when it had been towed, I was annoyed at that time, but I wanted the situation to be over, so I left. But I immediately, once I got home, I checked the receipt I received. There was weird charges, there was weird additions and weird subtractions to the charges. I didn't think the receipt was very clear itself. When I called to complain, the employee at the time called me a slur, referring to a Spanish person, and just hung up on me. So I figured, well, eventually I'll email and start documenting everything. And I started my complaint with the Attorney General because I thought it was an unfair way of dealing with private property, especially at my home. That's pretty much it.
Okay. Do we have a representative?
are there other people to speak on this? Okay. If you'll step aside, sir, and let the other people come up. And
I need
state
to
your name.
question-
I'm sorry?
Jason Goldstein, attorney for the defendant Target Towing and Recovery, 7601 38th Avenue North, St. Petersburg, Florida.
Thank you.
I would have questions for both of these witnesses. Do you want me to question from here? Do you want them here?
They're standing there. Which one do you want to ask something
So-
first?
Sir, can I request that you keep your mask on, please? Thank you.
So, what was your name again? Mr. Grinaldi. What report did you base this investigation off of?
We received the consumer complaint. It was forwarded to our department from the Department of Agriculture. Mr. Picado had initially filed his complaint with that department.
So that would be the January 8th, 2021 complaint.
Yes, sir.
And this tow happened on August 8th, 2020? What was your last name again, sir?
Picado,
Can you spell that for me?
CA, Delta,
Pica.
Delta.
So you stated earlier that your car was towed on August 8th, 2020?
It's probably August 7th, or it was at night.
Sir, somebody's going to have to share a microphone with you so that you'll be on the record. Thank you.
At some point in the morning on that Sunday or at night on Saturday, I'm not quite sure, but it was towed at night.
After your car was towed and after you picked it up, did you have any communication with the towing company?
Immediately. I called to dispute the receipt and the employee Luis started calling me slurs. It's in the paragraph, I'll tell you where.
So I'm showing you a series of emails.
Correct. As well, I also emailed.
I'm showing you on August 9th, August 11th, and August 12th. Do you recognize those emails?
I do.
Can you show me anywhere in those emails where you complained that you were forced to pay cash?
I hadn't read the law. I didn't know that that was illegal.
So on August 21st, you filed a complaint of 2020 with the Attorney General of the State of Florida. Is that correct?
Correct. I had written the complaint the next day, just because I wanted all the facts to stay clear and fresh in my head.
You did what the next day?
I started recording and writing down things that had happened. That's why I sent the emails and I started just
So-
taking notes of the incident.
So did you do any internet research on August 21st, 2020, before you filed your complaint with the Attorney General?
I don't remember.
Do you recall giving a package of information to Consumer Protection for Hillsborough County when you filed this complaint?
I sent it to the Attorney General. I think that they forwarded it.
Counselor, I have a question for you. Is it not against the law to demand cash? Whether he knew about it or not?
I believe that it's the county ordinance that they must accept cash or cash, debit, or credit.
Okay.
But
Wait a minute. Before we get going, do you have anybody here that says he offered cash, credit, or debit? All I'm hearing is this man was told he had to pay cash. Do you have
Ye-
somebody that was
ye-
there?
yes, I do, but I'm also establishing that his complaint was never about cash. He never had a cash. In fact, the January 8th complaint that he filed with Nikki Fried's office, the Department of Agriculture, never mentioned one bit about cash, that was the issue. The issue was he believed it was a wrongful tow and he believed that there was damage to his car. He did internet research before he filed this complaint and saw that there was other people that had complained about a cash. So he included that in on his demand. And that was never even the initial complaint on any of his complaints.
It is
Okay.
in 13.
Wait, no,
paragraph
no,
13.
don't interrupt. He was cited for demanding cash.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's what we're dealing with. Okay?
I understand that, but this witness testified. Am I not permitted to impeach a witness that testified to that truth?
Do you have somebody that can step up here and say that he gave him an alternate theory of paying cash?
Yes.
Okay,
Call Aaron Watkins.
okay, thank you.
Your name and your address.
Aaron Watkins, 381 Roberts Road, Oldsmar, Florida, 34677.
Mr. Watkins, what's your position with Target RT?
Owner?
Are you familiar with a tow that occurred on August 8th, 2020?
I am.
What is your business's policy on taking payment for these tows?
Cash, debit, or credit. Debit or credit has a fee.
You advertise that you take all three of those payments?
Yes, it's on our website and it's in the office.
I'm showing you a record of your transaction list for the entire month of August 2020. Do you recognize that list?
Yes,
What does that list represent?
shows all the transactions that we did in the month of August 2020.
By transactions, what type of transactions do you mean?
Debit and credit,
Do you know approximately how much that was?
$9,800.
On this specific occasion, of the towing of Mr. Picato's car, do you recall presenting him with an offer of cash or credit or debit?
Everyone is told that.
Do you have any independent recollection of how long you've been taking those types of payments?
Since I opened it up about 5 years ago.
I don't have anything further.
Okay, I do. Were you there?
Was I there? No, but I'm the owner.
Okay. So you weren't part of the transaction.
Nope.
So you can't say whether this gentleman was told yes or no when he went to pick up his car.
Okay.
Okay.
He's
So
asking.
you have no idea what this man was.
I'm telling you that every single customer is told cash, debit, or credit. And this
But-
gentleman didn't.
But wait a minute, you said every single customer.
Every single customer.
Were you there?
No, sir.
Then you can't say every single customer is told, correct?
Yes, I can.
You were there and heard it.
Asking question.
I want an answer to his question.
Do you monitor your employees?
Yes.
Do you have video monitoring?
Yes.
Do you have audio monitoring?
Yes.
Are there other ways that you ensure that that's your policy and procedure and that every employee is to follow that policy and procedure?
They all have instructions on how to release vehicles.
Did you bring any of the video? Bring any of the audio? Do you have anybody here that can say this man was offered the opportunity to pay with a credit card? Yes, no?
Is the driver, may I control my client for a minute?
Sure.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. Yeah. I think 20 minutes.
We can have employees show up here, but it's gonna be 20 minutes, so. Other than.
Your case is now. You should have been prepared for now. Actually, you've had a long time to do this. Do you have any evidence you would like to present me before I make a ruling?
No other evidence than the client's testimony and the other gentleman's witness testimony that didn't include those complaints that he is now complaining about now. And I also have the evidence of the hearing or the investigator who based his investigation upon a complaint from the Department of Agriculture that also didn't have that issue in it. So basically.
Okay, okay. But as we've already established, that is against the law to demand nothing but cash. I have heard from the gentleman that he was told he had to pay cash. I have not heard another word from anybody else that says, no, we took a credit card. Here's the credit card receipt. Here is the video of him trying to pay. Here's the audio. I've heard nothing other than this gentleman. I don't care about the complaint to Consumer Protection. Nikki Fried's office, that's between them as far as the damage to the car, et cetera. Okay? Do you have anything else you'd like to add, sir?
The only thing I'd like to add, Your Honor, is that complaint wasn't there. That's my point, is that it's a fabricated complaint. That's the only thing he's been charged with, and that complaint isn't there. And my client is here to testify that they take credit, debit. I have evidence in his hand that he took $9,000 worth of debit and credit that month. There's no reasonable explanation why he wouldn't have taken credit and debit from this gentleman.
I have no idea. I wasn't there. Neither was he. The person that was there is the gentleman sitting over here saying he was demanded cash and he had to go around and find an ATM car, location, even though he was somewhere in the middle of Tampa. That's the only evidence that has been.
I understand, but my point is that he's saying that now that wasn't in his complaints.
It is in the
That's my
complaint.
whole point.
All right, there's a citation here. The citation is for them demanding cash. Okay, I'm looking at it.
I understand that was generated in January of 2021, months after the fact. There was never any initial complaint that he wouldn't take cash.
That is true. Do you know of any statute of limitation that prevents them from doing it months later?
Well, I don't know of that if the investigation led to that, but what I'm saying is the complainant didn't make that complaint until this came about.
Okay. I'm ready to make my ruling. I rule on citation numbers RCV 2101-280. Based on the evidence presented, the violator has failed to pay the citation penalty fine imposed by the county ordinance, Chapter 50, Article 7, trespass towing. I order that the violator pay a citation penalty fine of $50 plus $100 administrative cost. The total penalty and fine and cost is $150 and will be paid within 7 days of this order. Paying the citation and the administrative cost alone does not mean you are in compliance with Chapter 50, Article 7. You will need to correct the original violation that is noted on the citation for the issue to be resolved. Failure to comply with the order with the specific time set forth will also result in suspension of the license, permits, and/or certifications. That is my order. Next case.
Thank you, Judge.
Next case is case number RCV 21000074, and it's the same Target Recovery and Towing. And for failing to cooperate with requests for information pertaining to a consumer complaint investigation.
Good morning. Investigator Cindy Anderson, Regulatory Compliance, 2709 East Hannah Avenue, Tampa, Florida. This is a vehicle for hire 00821 RCV 2100074. Incident details. While investigating a consumer complaint, the business failed to cooperate with requests for required information pertaining to a consumer complaint investigation. On the 5th of January, I received a consumer complaint. After reviewing the consumer complaint and supporting documents, that's slide 3. On the 7th of January, I sent an initial email to the business requesting required supporting documents for a trespass tow. Slides 4 and 5. 6 days later, I had not received the supporting documents that was requested. I then sent a second request via email, as well as I hand delivered to the business the complaint, as well as a letter requesting that they provide the documents within 10 days. That's on slide 5. On the 13th, I then received an email from Mr. Watkins, owner of Target Tow, inquiring on the email and documents. I then sent him a response back explaining that the notice of hearing that he had inquired about was not in regard to the consumer complaint I had delivered. 4 weeks after the complaint was hand delivered to the business, we still had not received the requested documents. A citation was issued VH00831 to the business for failure to cooperate. That's slide 7. I hand delivered the citation on the 10th of February, 2021. The business has yet to provide the required documents supporting the tow in question. I only wrote one citation, though there were at least 3 additional citations that could have been written. That's all I have.
Okay. Counselor?
Jason Goldstein, 7601 38th Avenue North, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33710, attorney for the defendant. I'd move to dismiss this complaint as the complainant is not here, and anything that is just been testified to as by the officer is admissible as a hearsay. I believe that the complainant is not here because there actually wasn't a tow. There was no charge, and that's the basis that there is no file to turn over to the county. There's no information at all.
Do we know who the complainant is?
Yes.
Have we made contact with them?
Absolutely. Let me explain a little more into the
Yes.
complaint. The tow occurred approximately 3:30 on the 29th of December, 2020. If you look at the last slide, slide 10, that is TPD's rotation tow. The company actually called in the tow as a trespass private tow. So therefore, there was a tow that occurred. The consumer did not pay for her car to be released because the management of the property actually spoke with a representative of the business, and they brought her car back approximately 9.5 hours after they towed it. There were no charges to the consumer, though they still definitely did a trespass tow per their call into TPD, and they are then required per the county ordinance to give all supporting documents. They need to provide a photo of the tow showing that it's a correct tow. This vehicle was actually towed out of the consumer's driveway, which is why they ultimately provided the car back to her at no cost, I believe.
Okay, Council.
Everything that, other than that document there, is again taken from information that's hearsay. There's no one here to question about that. So again, I'm going to move to dismiss the case because there's no complainant.
Well, there seems to be where TPD was called, they sent the wrecker out. Did a wrecker ever go out?
Did a record go out by TPD?
All right. There is
What-
a trespass tow here from TPD requesting that a vehicle be towed for trespassing.
No, I don't
You're saying
think that's correct.
that that is incorrect. There was no tow.
No, TPD did not call this in. This is a homeowners association or a apartment complex. Home River Group. This was not a TPA. What you're looking at is the call from, or would have been the report of the car being towed by my client.
Right.
What I'm saying is that the car was returned to the complainant. There was no charge. There was no file opened up. There was no nothing on this vehicle, which is why there was no response. But more importantly, the complainant is not here. So
Okay, so if I understand this correctly, when the tow truck goes out, he's got to take a picture that it's in a no trespass zone or something like that. He's got to have some notification, or you just snatch him and go.
no, that the notification is reported. That's the document you're looking at right there.
Right?
It's reported to the Tampa Police Department.
From your client
Yes.
that they had towed,
Excuse me, sir, please put your mask back on. Thank
Okay.
you.
that it had been picked up. You contact TPD and said, hey, we picked it up. That's where you're
Yeah.
at. Okay.
Yes, if the consumer would have come and got, there would have been an invoice, she would have paid. There would have been a file created, there would have been lien information created, there would have been information to turn over
Okay, so
at the direction of the
it's your testimony that there is no record of this being towed.
No, I'm not testifying, but I can
Okay,
have my client testify.
we'll have him testify then. Go ahead.
Aaron Watkins, 381 Roberts Road, Oldsmar, Florida, 34677.
Mr. Watkins, you recognize this email?
Yes.
What is that email?
It is an email from Richard Schrut, who is the property manager, to remove three vehicles.
And the subject vehicle, was that one of them?
Yes,
And did you go out there to do that?
yes,
And were you subsequently asked to return the vehicle to the customer at no charge?
yeah. Richard called us right away afterward and said that he had made a mistake on putting that vehicle in the email, and if we could bring it back right away, and that's what we did.
Did you create a tow ticket as a result of that?
No,
Do you have a file as a result of that tow?
no, sir.
Do you have any information at all as a result of that tow?
Just this email.
Anything further?
Did you turn that email over?
No,
Okay. Did she not ask for anything pertaining to it?
I believe that she asked, was looking for,
Officer, were you specifically looking for an email?
I asked them for any supporting documents to support his tow, the trespass tow that had occurred. The vehicle from the consumer was gone for 9.5 hours.
Okay.
that is incorrect.
Okay. We don't.
what do you mean by that?
It was not gone 9.5 hours, but I don't think anyone's here to say that it was either.
Right. We have neither way. Okay.
There is an email from the consumer that was provided on slide 3. That is the complaint. It's on the right side.
I can't read that whole thing from here.
Would you like me to read it, or do you have it?
You know, I really don't need to read it. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Because I think this was a mix-up and some type of accident as far as the tow. I do believe you had the email, and I do believe you should have turned an email over to her. But I don't have enough here to go on one way or another. I'm going to dismiss this case.
Sir,
Yes,
may I speak one more time?
sure.
Okay.
The case is dismissed, but you may speak.
Okay. It's fine.
Okay,
When I sent him the request
yes,
the first time, the second time, and him delivered it, he still has a responsibility because he towed that vehicle from private property. He actually towed the vehicle. The reason I believe there's no photos, he towed it from her driveway, not from the road where they're allowed to tow. He pulled it from a personal driveway, not the right of way.
that is being told to you by somebody who's not here.
Okay.
Okay, see what I'm saying? I've got a gentleman here says, yes, we were told to tow it. We towed it. We were told, I made a mistake, bring it back. They brought it back.
Okay.
They didn't generate any fees. They didn't generate any invoices. They did generate an email. And like I said, they should have turned the email over,
Right.
but that's it. And this case is dismissed. Okay, as far as the magistrate hearing, we're adjourned. And
Can you ask? how to
I will go
pay that
over.
fee? Okay. Thank you.
Welcome to the Hillsborough County Code Enforcement Board hearing. When addressing the board, please state your name, address, and speak clearly into the microphone. Any person who decides to appeal a decision of the Code Enforcement Board with respect to any matter considered at this meeting will need a record of the proceedings, and for such purposes may need to ensure that a verbatim record of the proceeding is made, which the record includes the testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is based. Presentations by the county, respondent or respondents, and opposition must be kept to a maximum of 10 minutes each. The board may recess at 12:30 and reconvene at 1:30 to conclude business if necessary. Y'all would please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Bordenaro,
Here.
Boland,
Here.
Clayton,
Here.
Drazio, or Fitzpatrick, Lawrence,
Present.
Rosilla,
Here.
and Wright.
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you. I need a motion to approve the minutes of the meetings of 12/11/20 and 5/28/21 and 6/25/21. I have a motion.
I have a motion, pass a motion to approve the minutes of 12/11/20.
Second. Did we have a second? Second, Mr. Boland. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, new cases, or all the cases.
All county staff who will testify must take the oath of witness. Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. First case is on, turn to page 6 of your agenda, number 14, case number CE 20012329. The owner is the estate of Audrey L. Bergston, 404 Regal Park Drive. We have service and no one is present.
Go ahead and start. Good morning. Jim Carr, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Originally, this case was continued from the April 30th Code Enforcement Board hearing in order to receive an opinion from the county attorney's office about the illegal squatters. At the May 28th Code Enforcement Board hearing, this case was pulled from the agenda as requested by the county attorney's office. We did have a meeting with the county attorney's office on May 21st. And we discussed the case, the illegal occupants, and other possible actions to be taken by this department. We were instructed to cite the mortgagee currently foreclosing on the property, as well as the owner of the property, and bring both properties to the hearing at the same time. This case is actually against the owner. It's not against the mortgagee. That will be the next case, I believe. The property in question is located at 404 Regal Park Drive in Valrico, Florida, and it's still currently owned by the estate of Audrey L. Bernstein, who is deceased. The property is still occupied by alleged squatters, and this property is still in foreclosure process under foreclosure case number 19-CA-3911.
At this time, there is no final judgment of foreclosure, no certificate of title, nor no deed in lieu of foreclosure has been issued by the judge on this related foreclosure of a mortgage case. So for this case, Hillsborough County's Property Maintenance Code 0963 as amended applies. Our last inspection was yesterday. There is still accumulations of junk, trash, and debris. The occupants are still occupying a house without the water turned on. There is still structural issues like exterior walls, the roof, and some decorative features have rotted wood. The photographs that were taken on my inspection on 7/14 of this year. The related foreclosure case does have a hearing scheduled on September 24th, 2021. If it's going to, I don't know if the judge will be signing a final judgment of foreclosure on that date in order to sell the property, but there is a hearing scheduled for them. And we are here today presenting this case.
I may be on the next case. I just saw the address, so I can stand back for this one, but I do have the next case. I represent the mortgagee.
Okay. I guess we don't really need you to testify on this case then. Okay.
Also, the power was turned on by Tampa Electric on the 7th or the 21st of July. We confirmed that yesterday when we saw the power meter. So that violation, not having electricity turned on, has been complied yesterday.
Okay, we have anybody else to testify?
There's no one else for this case. There are parties for the foreclosure case that will be heard next for the same property.
Okay, so we're going to need a motion on this one, and then we'll have to hear the second one. Anybody want to make a motion?
I get a question.
Sure.
For the Mr. Carr, has any eviction procedure started on the squatters?
The squatters actually have been there for quite a while. The original squatter that we were dealing with is actually incarcerated in the state of Florida for the next 3 years. His girlfriend moved in June. We found that out, unfortunately, near the end of June. The heirs of the deceased owner were to take action and did a trespass warrant with the sheriff's office as soon as possible. When they realized someone was occupying their deceased mother's home, that would have been a quick remedy to most of this. However, even after I had talked with one of the heirs back in September, they did nothing about the people living on the property. Now, because of the time frame has extended beyond what's in a reasonable, hey, you're just sitting here, occupying, trespassing our property. Now you're going to be involved with the Florida Statute 83, and they're going to have to go through an eviction process. They did record, the heirs did record the will with the court records, the clerk of the court. However, they did not start or file a probate case in order to actually say, hey, look, this is prove that they have control of that property.
Starting the eviction process.
The county cannot make people leave private property. If it's county-owned property, or if it's the right-of-way, that's one thing, but this is private property. The property owners are responsible for having people removed, whether they seek it from a trespass warrant or eviction.
Thank you.
I have a question, and it would be addressed to Carmine. What would you recommend in this case as far as the outcome?
my recommendation is to hold both parties as, well, I can't state for the second case, but in this case, to hold the party responsible being the estate. The heirs had full knowledge of what was going on here and could have resolved this issue a long time ago just by calling the sheriff's office. And then following up, they had the opportunity to once again correct it by conducting an eviction, which they failed to do and to this point still refuse to do. So we have two responsible parties based on our research and ruling by the county attorney, which will be presented in the next case. But that's where we stand. What action is taken by the board at this time is your decision.
Okay, I'll make a motion. I move in a case of CE 20012329 that based on the evidence presented to find a property in violation of Hillsborough County Code and Ordinance as listed in staff presentation, further based on the gravity of the violation, the action taken by the violator, violation history. I grant 3 days of coming compliance. Compliance not achieved by that time, a fine of $200 per day be assessed.
Second.
Second by Ms. Welch. We have discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next case.
Just to clarify, that was 3 days, is that correct?
I mean, I can't
3
hear you.
days?
Oh, it's 3 days,
Chairman?
3 days
Right, I
of coming compliance, $200 per day.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that the days. Okay, next case, turn over to
Excuse me,
page
before we
8, number
proceed.
17. Case number CE 21007128. The violator is Nation Star Mortgage LLC, location 404 Regal Park Drive. We have service, and the attorney for the violator is here. And state your name and address,
Before we
please.
proceed, Mr.
Michelle
Chairman,
Mason. My address is 6409 Congress Avenue, Suite 100, Boca Raton, Florida, 33487.
Can we hold on 1 second, please? I think the recording secretary is asking a question.
thank you. Can we have the name of the second for this case, please? The last case?
Mr. Boland,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Please proceed.
Okay. Good morning again. Code Officer Carr of Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case is related to the case we just heard. Won't go through all the script again, but the county attorney's office made a decision about the illegal occupants and said that he wanted both parties involved, the mortgagee who is foreclosing on this property, as well as the owner of the property that's in question, to be brought to hearing at the same time for a ruling. The property is in question is located at 404 Regal Park Drive in Valrico, Florida, and is currently owned by the estate of Audrey L. Bernstein, who is deceased. The property is still occupied by squatters and is still in foreclosure. We conducted our last inspection yesterday on the property. The photographs that are presented today are very similar to the other ones that we saw, but they were taken on the 14th of July. The mortgagee is Nation Star Mortgage LLC, doing business as Champion Mortgage Company. So they are listed as the violator in this case, and we are actually enforcing Hillsborough County Ordinance 0959 as amended for failure to maintain a property in foreclosure by allowing nuisance conditions as this, vagrants or squatters illegally occupying a dwelling without the water meter present, and accumulation of junk, trash, and debris. Yeah. And we're here today.
We have anybody else who wants to speak?
Yes, this is Michelle Mason. I am the attorney for Nation Star Mortgage, doing business at Champion Mortgage. The problem that we have is we are between the proverbial rock and hard place. This is a federally backed loan. It's being supervised by HUD and the FHA. We have unfortunately been bound by the moratorium that's been issued by the federal government. It was set to expire tomorrow. It has now been extended till the end of September. So at this point, we can't do a legal eviction, so the court will not be able to process an eviction if we request it. Our other question is we noticed that there was a no trespassing sign up. And the question is who posted that sign? Was it the county or city that posted it?
Negative, no.
So if it was the homeowners or the heirs of the homeowner that posted the sign, we actually have to go to court to get permission to enter the property and to do anything because it's not our property until the foreclosure is completed and the sale is completed.
And I believe we heard the foreclosure is scheduled for the 21st.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
The foreclosure, it's scheduled for September.
The foreclosure is set for a hearing in September, but we still cannot proceed with an eviction based on the federal moratorium that was just extended today.
No, but it would give you the right to get onto the property and to maintain it.
We can with a court order. We cannot any other way since we are not the party that put up the trespassing sign. And if the city or county is not the one that posted the sign, that means the heirs have posted that sign and they are active, in theory, on the case by posting that sign. So we would have to get court approval before we could enter and do anything.
Okay.
A question for the attorney. This is a federally subsidized mortgage on this property?
I'm sorry?
This is a federal subsidized mortgage on this property?
It is. It is a reverse mortgage, which is supervised by HUD and the FHA. And FHA is the one that announced the extension of the moratorium this morning. And I am certain the other federal agencies will be following suit today.
Well, would you repeat that again? I'm having a hard time hearing.
No, I understand. So was I. And in any event, the FHA issued their extension today. I am certain the other federal agencies will follow suit shortly. There's nothing that's been done at a presidential or legislative level. But once the agency has imposed the moratorium and extended it, we cannot proceed without court order.
How long has the moratorium been extended?
It's until September, sometime in the middle or end of September. I don't mean to be rude by pulling out my phone, but I will get you the information right now.
I would entertain a motion just to continue the case for 60 days.
That would be great. That would work because that way we'll at least have a better position and we can go before the court, hopefully, and get permission to enter in the next 60 days.
Well, I go ahead and move that in the case of CE 21007128, that the case be continued for 60 days or come back to our hearing date in September 28th.
Second.
May I have the board members identify themselves, please?
She wants you to say.
Second.
Motion, Roger.
Thank you.
Okay, so we get it straight because it was 60 days, then it was the 28th.
Okay.
Your motion is September 24th. What, I'm confused as to what date your motion is.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to look at future hearings. I just continue the case until October 26, 21 hearing date.
October 26th.
Right. That's our future hearing dates.
Okay, and Ms. Clayton, you still,
Second. Clayton.
all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right, roll call, please.
Poland,
Yes.
Ordinaro,
Yes.
Clayton,
Yes.
Lorenzen,
No.
Versilla,
Yes.
Wright.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried, 5-1. Lorenzen voted no.
Okay. Did you get-
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case. Turn to page 7, number 15, case number CE 21003039. This
Susan?
case is complied. I understand there is someone virtual for this case, but it is complied. It's not going to be presented. And
Okay, great. Mr. Chairman, through the chair, can I address the floor for a second?
Yes, Mr. Lorenzen, you may address the floor.
Thank you. It's been made to my attention that Officer Carr today is his last board meeting before the Code Enforcement Board, and I just want to take a moment on behalf of the board to say thank you to you for 17 years of service to this department. I've been on this board for 5+ years now, and I can safely say that your face has been rock steady here and once a month to come in and you take everything that you do very intently. And I appreciate all the effort and time that you've put into the years that I've been here. And I know that you are going to be sorely missed by this organization. And just a deep thank you from all of us for what you've done over the past 17 years.
Well, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
It's been a pleasure being a part of all this.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Move on to the next case.
next case is number 16, case number CE 21003977. The owner is Innova Investment Group LLC and Isario Extia LLC, location 1335 Windsor Way. We have service and no one is present.
I'm present.
What page are we on?
Page 7, number 6.
Someone said they're present.
Can you identify yourself, please?
Yes, Matthew Estevez, 9600 Northwest 25th Street, Suite 2A, Doral, Florida, 33172. I am the attorney for the respondent. I would like to request a continuance due to the fact that I just was retained this week on this case and I need additional time. Additionally, I'm scheduled to fly out of Miami in about an hour and a half with my family, and so my time is limited. I can try to wing it if the continuance is not granted, but I would appreciate the courtesy of a continuance in this matter. Thank you.
Officer,
Yes.
are there any safety issues here?
No, it's only registration violations.
Okay, so that's something that could wait 30 days?
Yes, sir.
Okay, somebody like to make a motion?
Make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Lorenzen, I move to continue this case to the August 27th, 2021 hearing.
Second. Clayton.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Counselor, till the 27th of August.
Have a great weekend. Thank you very much.
You too. Next case.
Thank you.
Okay. Turn back to page 1 of your agenda under continued cases. Number 1, case number CE 20017866. The owner is 5317 North Falkenberg LLC. And the location is 5317 North Falkenberg Road. This is a continued case and you should have received a case history with your agenda package. And there is someone virtual for this case, I understand.
I believe so. Jack, are you there? Hello, Jack. This is Glenn with Communications. It looks like you're trying to unmute your mic, but we're not getting any audio. Once again, Jack, I cannot hear or see you. It looks like you might be having connectivity issues. If you want to try and get out of the meeting and get back in, that might work. He's going to try and get back in. Shouldn't take more than 5 seconds, but yeah. Please stand by. Hello, Jack. This is Glenn from Communications. Can you hear us? It seems that we're still having some connectivity or audio issues with Jack if we want to try and continue with him later.
The second case, number 2, case number CE 2000-6839. The owner is the estate of Robert Phillips. Location 3673 Sugar Creek Drive. We have, this is a continued case, and you should have received a case history with your agenda package. And I have someone here in person for this case. If you're here for this case, come up now. Is someone here for this case? Case number CE 20006839. Give the address. The address is 3673 Sugar Creek Drive. Okay, I guess that was a mistake. So we will turn over now to the next one. My apologies.
Before you call the case,
Yes.
Mr. Lorenzen would like to say something.
Yes, through the chair. This is for the recording secretary. I just want to make sure, I know when we had our roll call, you mentioned it was 5-1. I did want to let you know that Mr. Razio is in attendance. And I know Mr. Urbaniak is not, so I think we have a full 7-seat quorum here. Just want to make sure you could update that so Mr. Razio could vote.
Updated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next case. You ready?
Yes.
Page 2, number 4, case number CE 20007682. The owner is the First Calvary Family Life Ministry Incorporated, 5604 Martin Luther King Boulevard. This is a continued case. And someone is signed in for this case. If you're here for this case, please come up now. Good morning. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And state your name and address.
Rosnell Dufort, 12114, Night, Jasmine Cove, Riverview, Florida, 33579.
Thank you. And do you recognize the property in the photo?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead, officer.
Good morning. Charles Harwell, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. I'm presenting this case on behalf of Officer Paul Rowland. So this is a continued case that originated May 22nd of last year. And the two violations are improper use of zoning commercial vehicles. The property is currently zoned CG, and the property is not for the storage of commercial vehicles and inoperable vehicles. And what happened is, my notes here, the adjacent property, this vehicle sales property the car dealership has moved onto the property. They erected fences with barbed wire, and they're storing vehicles. There's a tractor trailer truck that is present and parked and stored on the property as well. The last visit was May 17th by Officer Rowan.
Okay, somebody else like to speak?
Yes, so this was a vacant lot, and there's a business next door that's operating as a dealership. They asked us to use the vacant lot as the overflow parking space. So we thought it was okay and said, okay, no problem. But it's turned out to be not okay. And so I'm here to give an update from last hearing. We had a pre-submittal hearing on July 20th. They give us instructions of what needs to be done to get it permitted. And I am in contact of a civil engineer right now so they could come up with a plan so we can get everything that needs to be done and get it rectified.
Okay, and in the meantime, you're not using the property for that purpose anymore?
In the meantime, it's still being used as that because they didn't say not to use it until we just have to get the proper permits.
Okay, officer, are they still allowed to use this?
They're still in violation, sir. It's not zoned for the use that they're currently using.
That's what I figured. Anybody else have anything to say? Board members? Need a motion? Go ahead, Mr. Lawrence.
Happy to make a motion. This is Lorenzen. I move in case CE 200007682 that this case be continued to the August 27th, 2021 hearing with the caveat that it is not being used for the parking of vehicles for sale until such time that they can complete their permitting process. And when we can get an update in August as to where that's headed.
Second, Clayton.
Anybody discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. You understand you can't use this property until you get the proper zoning, sir, correct?
So what you're saying is we cannot, as of today, we cannot use it. They have to move all their cars. Is that?
That is correct.
Can we get, I mean, it's got a short notice to just tell them move all these cars like right now. Can we get at least a week or two to get them to find somewhere to put the cars in?
All right, you were originally noticed 5/22/2020. That's been more than a year, so I don't really believe this is short.
I understand. I understand that, sir, but the cars, they're started parking cars in May. That's when the cars started being parked there. The commercial vehicle they mentioned was a truck, a trailer truck that one of the church members occasionally parked there, and we've told them not to park anymore, so that's gone. And I had called Rohan to come and re-inspect to make sure that car was gone. He himself admitted to me because of COVID.
Sir, we don't need to get into all of that. What the ruling is we're going to continue the case, so we're not going to start any fines. We're going to continue it to August 27th. 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 We're going to continue it to Aug The stipulation to that is those cars be removed and it not be used for storing or having the commercial vehicles. Okay?
Right, but how long do I have to get?
This is Carmine Fasano. If
If the vehicles are removed, then there is no violation.
we can, sir, board members, Carmine Fasano, if the gentleman would just step aside and talk with manager Terry Converse, we can work out the resolution to meet your demands.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Talk to Terry and we'll go on to the next case.
Are you ready for the next case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, turn back to page one, number one, CE 20017866, 5317 North Falkenberg LLC, location 5317 North Falkenberg Road. And I believe we have Mr. Delcamp virtually now.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I apologize for that. This is Jack Delcamp. My address is 4970 Park Boulevard North, Pinellas Park, Florida 33781. I'm here on behalf of 5317 North Falkenberg Road LLC.
I have you listed as the attorney representing the owner. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Officer, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Charles Harwell, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Represent this case on behalf of Michael Fernando. The original the violations are fences and fence zoning violations and special conditional use without approval. They've got corrugated roofing material used as a fence, and their fence gates are not completed in a professional workmanlike manner. They were using tarps on some of the fences, or some of the fence gates, I should say. And they're having special events there without a permit. The property is zoned CG. There's no life safety issues.
Okay, counselor.
So this case was on the calendar for last month. It had a companion case for an adjacent property, which is 10103 North Falkenberg. That case was closed out because my client had the fence removed from the property and had white vinyl fence installed. My understanding was that the fencing cases were closed out. And on my notice for violations related to 5317 North Falkenberg, all I have remaining is the special use permit requirement.
Okay, that's all I read on the agenda is
You're right.
special use, conditional use without approval. I don't have anything in front of me about fencing. Officer?
Yeah, I stand corrected. I missed it. I didn't highlight that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right. So the issue that we've been having was the tenant rents 5317 North Falkenberg and an adjacent property. During COVID, he began holding outside events because he was not allowed to use the inside event space on the adjacent property. When we got these notices, the tenant stopped using 5317 North Falkenberg for outdoor event space, but there continued to be complaints from the neighbors regarding events being held there. Since during the last code enforcement hearing, the tenant was in the process of applying for a special use permit to hold outdoor events. But during that process, we realized it just wasn't feasible. A permit would not apply for that particular location, given its proximity to a neighborhood and parking, etc. The permit process was in place at the last code enforcement hearing and was resolved. We ultimately realized that he was not going to be able to obtain the permit about 2 weeks after that. So now, ultimately, what we are doing is we're going to terminate the lease or modify it so that the tenant can use this property for storage only. But most likely what will happen in the next few weeks, once the tenant's able to obtain offsite storage, we're going to terminate his lease and he will be removed from the 5317 North Falkenberg Road property entirely. However, since then, he is well aware that and has not hosted any outdoor events on this particular property and is well aware of the consequences, legal consequences if he does. The issue that I discussed with code enforcement officials last month was that how do I prove the negative in this particular case? And so without, a signed termination of lease and him vacating the property, which is essentially just a vacant lot, I have no other evidence to present other than testimony on behalf of my client that the tenant is no longer holding events there, and that all infrastructure related to events like the stage, et cetera, has been removed.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is you're in compliance because the person who leased the property is not holding events. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so that would now shift the burden of proof for code enforcement to find an event going on. Is that what you're saying? That would be the only recourse, because if they're not going on, you're in compliance.
That's correct.
Okay, so to make it simple, Mr. Vasquez, go ahead and make your motion.
I'm prepared to make the motion. I move in the case of CE 20017866 that based on the evidence presented to find the property in violation of the Hillsborough County Code and Ordinance as listed in staff presentation. Further, based on the gravity of violation, the action taken by the violator violates history. I grant 3 days to come in compliance. Compliance not achieved by that time, a fine of $250 per day be assessed.
Second, Lorenzen.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Counselor. Get with one of the code officers and they'll run by and make sure there's nothing going on. That's about all we can do at this point. You're claiming to be in compliance. We'd have to prove you're not. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I confirm what that order was? It didn't come through very clearly over here. I got 3 days, $350 a day. Is that correct?
That is correct.
250.
Okay, thank you.
253 days.
3 days, 250.
I'm sorry, it's really not coming through here. It's 250, is that right?
3 days, $250 per day.
Okay, thank you.
Now we'll move on to the next case.
Turn to page 3, number 6, case number CE 21001696. The violator is Wells Fargo Bank, and the location 10002 Jefferson Road. We have service, and we have someone signed on virtually for this case.
Michael Tubby, 4630 Woodland Corporate Boulevard, Suite 100, Tampa, Florida, 33614. I represent Wells Fargo.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Hillsborough County Code Officer Lawrence Hoffman. This case is in regards to address 10002 Jefferson Road in Tenotasassa, Florida. Case against the bank was started on February 9th of this year. The property is in foreclosure It is vacant. It's also fire damage property which has been condemned, carried under case C20-0011. The owner is deceased, passed away on September 3rd of 2020. The property was cited for failure to maintain, dealing with overgrowth, accumulations, and unsanitary pool. I have been in contact many times with the heir, as is Stephen Leonard. The property is in probate under case 21-C as in Charlie, P as in Peter, -259. The bank has been notified. I again visited the property yesterday, and some of the overgrowth has been addressed. However, there's still much on the property to be dealt with. Accumulations still remain, and the pool remains unsanitary. And also in June, the pool is in a screened lanai where the doors are padlocked, and there's another entrance that's boarded up. However, in June, I located a portion of the screen that was compromised, and I put up a temporary fencing, orange fencing that in time will probably deteriorate with the sun. So that's where we're at right now.
May I go ahead?
Okay, so are you going to do something with the pool or?
Yes. Wells Fargo does intend to address the issues that have been raised. This is a Fannie Mae government-backed loan. I'm not sure whether they're facing any issues with that. It shouldn't apply to a vacant property, but I do know that it's difficult for them to proceed on those right now. There are also other issues. There's a bankruptcy and other things that are preventing things from going forward in the foreclosure case at this time. So that's why Wells Fargo hasn't gone forward in foreclosure. With regard to this, we're just asking for additional time to complete the repairs a little bit more. We'd ask for 120 days just because with COVID right now, it's difficult to find contractors to do the work, complete it, and do it quickly. But that's all we're asking for is just more time.
Mr. Lorenzen?
Question for the officer. This case it shows a date of February 9th. Has this condition been existing, especially concerning the pool, since February?
Actually, it was existing prior to that. When the owner was exercising control of the property, she was cited for those violations, and then upon her death, when the property became vacant, the case was started again in February for the bank to take control. And I just want to also say that the bankruptcy case was dismissed upon her death. According to our county attorney informed me that that bankruptcy case is no longer there. So the issues we have is obviously the son had pumped the pool down as much as he could at one point. And because of the rains, it's filled up again. I don't have access to even put pool dunks in there because the two gates are locked and the other entrance is boarded up and they're breaching the screen. It's small, so we can't even get like mosquito fish in there. So it is open. Potentially it can overflow with future rains. And so I would like to get the pool, get the water treated and get it covered for safety issues.
Yeah, I'm prepared to make a motion. Oh, go ahead.
That's right.
I move in case number CE 21001696, that based on the evidence presented, I find that the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in the staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violations, the action taken by the violator and the violator's history, that I grant 4 days to come into compliance, and if compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $600 per day be assessed.
Second, Lorenzen.
All in discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. So it's correct. 4 days, $600 a day. Sir, that's the order. We cannot allow a swimming pool to just sit there. Next case, please.
Okay, the next case is number 7, case number CE 200029886. The owner is Alan Martin Lopez, 1007 Turner Drive. We have service, and I believe Mr. Lopez is here. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And state your name and address.
Alain Martin Lopez.
Your and address.
It's 1007 Turner Drive,
The rest.
Tampa, Florida 33619.
Thank you. Do you recognize the property in the photo?
Yes.
Thank you.
Officer.
Yes, sir.
Before we get, is tenant occupied or owner occupied?
Tenant.
He just gave his address as the same address.
I can't speak for that, sir, but it's tenant occupied.
Mr. Lopez, do you live at that address?
If I leave the house, no.
You do not live at that address?
No.
Okay, now we're good. Officer, go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Officer Souther, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Property in question today is located at 1007 Turner Drive and is owned by Alain Martin Lopez. First inspected this property back on March 2nd, 2020, and it was cited for no smoke detectors, plumbing leaks, infestation of interior space, electrical service, plumbing fixtures, means of escapes, outside open storage, accumulation, and inoperable vehicles. As of my last inspection, the 22nd of this month, three violations were complied. The 6 that remain were the smoke detectors, the electrical service, plumbing fixtures, means of escape, outside open storage, and accumulation.
Okay, Mr. Lopez. Your turn.
Okay, basically this tenant's been in court for March 31st, 2020. She's been holding on to the eviction memorandum. I've been asking her to give us access to take care of the, to remediate the things about plumbing, about box infestation, all that. She refused. I have a company which is called Apple Pest Control. They try many times to get into the house to do the treatment, and she haven't allowed the company to go inside. I've been trying to get inside too. She's not allowing me to go inside. As a matter of fact, they keep bringing more stuff. Myself called code enforcement about the RV they have outside, but it's nothing I can do because the last court hearing we have, she was granted for a motion to a state, and she was granted that motion. So she had to the end of this month, if they don't renew that eviction memorandum, she had to the end of this month. Otherwise, I guess she's gonna stay there as longer they have eviction memorandums. There's nothing I can do about it. I cannot remove her property. I cannot go inside the property or the company that I assigned to do the any repairs or any treatment because she's not allowing. It's nothing I can do until she leaves the property.
Okay, officer, who let y'all in to photograph it?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
Who let y'all in to photograph it?
The tenant.
So is the tenant the complainant?
Yes, the tenant is the complainant.
But she won't allow his workers to come in?
According to Mr. Lopez, yes.
Okay. Board members, questions?
is the person testifying, have you, do you have a current lease with these tenants?
They're still living there.
Have you thought about evicting them?
They are in the court. There's a court case from March 31st, 2020. And we've been able to take them out of the place because they've been holding it to the eviction memorandums.
I have a question because I'm not sure I heard all of that. Do you have a lease, a written lease on the property? Mr. Lopez?
Yes. But the lease is expired. The lease is expired. We can take her out until the court grant us possession of the property.
And in that lease, there's a right of inspection for you, the owner?
He provides inspections? Sorry, I can't hear it. It still doesn't.
It is, I still don't. There is? Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Mr. Lopez, are you own this house outright? Is there a mortgage on it?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question again?
Do you own this house outright? Is there a mortgage on it?
Yes, I own the house.
Outright? Do you have a mortgage?
If I have what? A mortgage. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
And who is your mortgage with?
Mortgage is with, they changed recently. They assigned the mortgage to another company. I cannot remember right now the name of the mortgage company. There was with Caliber Home Loans before, and then assigned that loan to another company.
Okay, as you were asked before, in your lease, does it give you the right to inspect the property?
Yes.
Then why don't you call a deputy and go to the property and go in and see if you and the tenant can't work out a time to fix these problems? If the tenant's complaining, I don't understand why she's not letting people in to fix it.
Me neither. But I tried.
Well, if your lease says you have the right to inspect, then you've got the right to go in.
That is right. That is right.
Okay.
The only problem is she has a boyfriend, and the guy's been confronting with me. That's the reason I haven't come back over there.
That's why.
But I've been.
Sir, that's why I suggested you make arrangements with the sheriff's office and you walk up there because you're afraid of the boyfriend, and you do your inspection and work out details for her to let the work begin. Okay?
Yeah, I can try that.
That's just my suggestion.
Sure.
Now, would somebody like to make a motion? Go ahead.
I'm inclined to grant a continuance on this. It seems like the owner's in a rough spot here. So I'll make a motion to continue this till August 27th, and hopefully you'll take the advice of some members of the board here to either contact the tenant for an inspection or law enforcement to try to enter the building to conduct their repairs.
Second by right.
Discussion, please.
Certainly, go ahead, Mr. Lorenzen.
My only concern with a continuance here is the incentive to get this done. So would you consider making some kind of motion with a date and maybe a lower fine and to give him, because some of these things are life safety issues? My only concern is that we go 30 days and he comes back around and says, I still couldn't get into the property. I feel like we need to incentivize here.
Well, the issue seems to be that the owner seems to want to correct the issues, but the tenants are in the way.
Your motion, I've just.
Yeah, well, my motion is continued to August 27th.
Okay, thank you. We did.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, do a roll call, please.
Bordenaro,
Yes.
Boland,
Yes.
Clayton,
No.
Durazio,
Yes.
Lorenzen,
No.
Verzilla,
No.
Wright,
Yes.
motion carried 4-3. Clayton, Lorenzen, and Verzilla voted no.
Thank you. Okay, so be continued to August 27th. Sir, get in there somehow legally and get this taken care of. Next case, please.
Thank you.
Before I call the next case, I just want to remind everyone to keep your mask on properly over your nose and mouth. Thank you. Next case then is on page 4, number 9, case number CE 21004574. The owner is Apollo Cash Flow LLC, location 6518 Solitaire Palm Way. We have service, and we have someone signed in virtually.
Hi, this is Hugh.
Good morning, sir. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
And state your name and address.
sure. Hugh Zaretsky, Apollo Cashflow, 244 Fifth Avenue, Suite H278, New York, New York, 10001.
Thank you. And you are representing Apollo Cash Flow?
Yes,
Okay. Do you see the photo that's on the screen now?
yes,
And do you recognize that property?
yes.
Thank you.
Okay, officer.
Good morning, Eric Tyne, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Property in question, 6518 Solitaire Palm Way, owned by Apollo Cashflow LLC. The property is zoned RSC 6. This case was initiated on April 6th of 2021 after I was contacted by the complainant about an Airbnb that was operating at the property and listing the property for rent for less than 7 days. This property had been previously cited on March 9th, 2021 for improper use of zone for the same issue. That case came into compliance on March 26th of 2021. So I was contacted by the complainant just over a week later. When I received the new complaint on April 6th, 2021, I made a site visit and encountered 2 individuals in the driveway who told me they were there for a few days on vacation. I researched the Airbnb listing and found that there was no mention of a 7-day minimum stay and that the reservation system was once again accepting reservations for less than 7 nights. The minimum stay shown on the website was actually 2-night minimum stay. Another notice of violation was issued. I have spoken with the registered agent for the owner, Mr. Zaretsky, who has told me that the listing will be changed again to reflect a 7-day the minimum stay. And I did check that listing this morning, found the minimum stay required was 6 nights, which translates to 7 days. That's all I have.
Okay. Sir, go ahead.
Sure, we apologize. Due to COVID, we didn't get the original notification. Once we did, I thought this case was resolved back in June when I contacted Eric and made the changes and sent an email and phone that we had made the changes. So we do apologize. This house was in bad condition when we acquired it, and we want to be in compliance.
Okay, board members. Go ahead.
Is this a repeat violation?
Nope.
No, this is the first
No,
time?
this is
I'm
not a
prepared to
repeat
make a motion.
violator.
I move in case number CE 21004574. Based on the evidence presented, I find that the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 3 days to come into compliance, and if compliance is not achieved, that a fine of $500 a day be assessed.
This is Mr. Lorenzen. I second Mr. Razio's motion.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, an inspectoral check. I believe he already did what your website says. And then he will close this case out.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Next case, please.
Thank you.
Page 5, number 10, CE 19019939. The owner is Bay Gardens Retirement Village, LC. Location 1415 East 124th Avenue. We have service and we have someone here for this case. Good morning. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And state your name and address.
My name's Elsa Thomas. The address is 1415 East 124th Avenue, Tampa, Florida 33612.
Is the other lady going to testify? The name and address, please.
Catherine Fuller, 1415 East 124th Avenue, 33612.
Thank you. Do you recognize the property in the photo?
Pardon?
Do you recognize that property?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I sure will.
Sorry? I know. I am Code Officer Carmine Pisano with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. The property in question is located at 1415 East 124th Avenue, is owned by Bay Gardens Retirement Village LLC, and is operated by the administrator Elsa Thomas. The property operates as an independent living facility. There are 48 units and can hold 101 tenants. The property is not in foreclosure. Property was first inspected on 12/17/2019. It was conducting a follow-up inspection for infestation. During the inspection, I identified 7 additional violations. During multiple visits and to the time of this date, during my initial inspection, I came in on 12/17/2019. I came in contact with the administrator, Elsa Thomas, and have remained in contact with her either in person or by phone throughout the course of this inspection. Roofs and parts thereof was a major issue and most costly. A roofing permit was obtained on 7/1/2020. The roof was replaced on the main unit with the most damage. The soffit area was not attended to and left for the site staff to attend. My last inspection I conducted for this hearing was on 7/21/2021, and photographs were taken at this time for the hearing. I identified 6 areas where the soffits were damaged and exposed access to the attic area. I then walked the property with the manager, Catherine Fuller, who's here also, showing her the areas that were in need of repairs. And to this date, I have not received any call back for follow-up inspections.
Okay, somebody ready to testify?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Are you ready to testify?
Oh, yes, I apologize.
Okay.
I couldn't understand. Essentially, yes, we've been working with Mr. Pisano for the past year and a half, 2 years almost. And essentially, it is a situation where there's a lack of funds. It costs the facility, it's a low-income facility. It costs the facility roughly $74,000 to replace the roof on the main part of the facility. That was done with zero-interest credit cards, and we're paying that off as the budget allows, and it'll be paid off in April of next year, and the remainder of the roof will be replaced at that point. As for the eaves and soffit, we weren't able to finance that or to put it out for any outside contractors. We only have one maintenance person that works on site, and is repairing it. The problem is he repairs it and then it essentially appears to fall in or something along those lines. What we would ask for is an extension. We won't be able to afford to get the balance of the roof done until next year. The eaves and soffit, our maintenance man continues to work on. What he has said is that two things. One, he'll have to get wildlife removal out because he thinks there's raccoons or cats or squirrels or something in there that's causing the eaves, or excuse me, the soffits to fall down. Number two is he will repair them and he'll put nails or some type of deterrent to keep them from falling down again. But otherwise, we just don't have the resources to subcontract it out to anybody else. If it helps, I brought down an estimate that for the roof in the first place and what we are paying on the credit cards that we've been using so that you could see what is available to us. Essentially, that's it. It's not out of negligence that we're not doing it. It's just out of lack of resources.
Okay. Mr. Pisano, is there any life safety issues with the remaining part of the roof?
I would not say there's a life safety issue. I did not know the reason for the repairs not being done, that they have rodents of some type up in the attic area is of concern. The repairs to the roof took care of the leaking issue. As I conducted my inspections on the interior, didn't notice any new evidence of any leaks through the roof. But I think in these 6 areas, there is a resolution. They can call an exterminator to come and remove the rodents, at which time the maintenance can do repairs by, you can see there are not major issues that need to be addressed, but leaving them exposed does allow the rodents to gain access into the facility, which we want to stop for the tenant safety. So that's where we stand.
Okay, members of the board, do you have any questions? Question for the representative. Do you have a roofing contractor now working on the roofs?
No, as Ms. Thomas testified to, I guess in their funding for the new roof, they didn't include the soffit areas to be replaced. So the roofer has completed his responsibility of repairing the roof with installing a new roof. It's just that the soffit area remains in disrepair.
Answer.
Can you repeat that?
From Big Iron, though, woman, is Is there a roofing contractor now that you have that's doing work on the roofs?
I can't.
It's a little bit garbled. I don't understand.
Mr. Boland, we couldn't make out what you were saying.
Stand by.
Thank you.
Okay. Members of the board? Somebody make a motion, please. Go, guys.
Can I make a request or?
I'll be happy to make a motion, Mr. Chairman. I'm moving KC 1901-9939 that based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the action taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 90 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $100 per day be assessed.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Boland. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, roll call, please.
Bordenaro,
Yes.
Boland,
Yes.
Clayton,
Yes.
Lawrenson,
Yes.
Versilla,
No.
Wright.
No.
For clarification, is Urbaniak present?
He is not present.
Thank you. DeRazio?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried. 5-2. Versilla and Wright voted no.
Thank you. All right. It's 90 days, $100 a day. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. We're back in order. Next case, please.
Next case is page 5, number 11, case number CE 21000617. The owner is Navy Federal Credit Union. The location is 15109 Craggy Cliff Street. We have service, and someone is signed in virtually for this case.
Good morning, Justin Ortega on behalf of Federal Home Loan, address 110 Southeast 6th Street, Suite 2400, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33301.
Okay. Officer? Do we have an officer for this case?
We have one. She's coming.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Code Enforcement Officer Rika Andujar. This property is bank owned. It was first inspected January 19, 2021. Contact has been made with the bank representative. The violation is for a window, the right side of the house. And the property is currently occupied by the previous owner. This is a foreclosure related case that the bank has taken over ownership.
You say the bank has or has not taken ownership?
The bank is not the owner via foreclosure.
Okay. Counselor, it's your turn.
Good morning again, Your Honor. We took ownership back on December 8th, 2020. The issue with the property, as I'm also the attorney handling the eviction, is that we're currently still under the moratorium. It remains to be seen if the moratorium will lift this weekend, and I'll be able to start proceeding on our eviction on August, I believe that's the 3rd. But it kind of remains to be seen as of now we're beginning to see some of the federal agencies extending the moratorium for an additional 2 months. At this time, Your Honor, we're just asking for some additional time to get this property back into shape, as we will be proceeding with the eviction as quickly as we can.
Okay, officers, are there any life safety issues here?
At this time, there is some for this violation. If the attorney could please contact me via phone. I just texted him earlier. I do need to discuss the new violation with him.
No problem.
Okay, members of the board, have any questions, motions?
The attorney, how much time are you asking for?
Your Honor, as I was going into this, I was hoping to get about 120 days, and I still think that will work. Even if we get this extended by an additional 60 days, it's a former owner eviction. That usually takes us about 30 to 45 days from beginning to the completion with the writ of possession.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Ms. Clayton.
I wanted to ask if there was an issue with exterior doors as well.
Officer?
Yes?
I
didn't hear the question.
The question was, is there a problem with exterior doors as well?
No, it's just the window.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Clayton.
Make a motion.
We can go ahead also if you want to. We can continue the case because we don't know what's the status of the whole eviction, the approval to lift it.
do it 60 days.
From that the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 45 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $300 a day be assessed.
Second, for the purpose of discussion, my question would be, if we're imposing a fine, I don't know if I was understanding correctly, but the issue was that he has to wait for the eviction because of the eviction moratorium that they're extending. So if we're imposing a fine on them and they really can't do anything, maybe a continuance would be a better option or a better route.
It's your motion.
Thank you for your input, but I prefer to keep this motion.
Okay, I'm going to revoke my second.
Okay, do we have a second then?
A second. DeRazio.
Okay, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Roll call.
Bordenaro,
Opposed?
Boland,
Yes.
Clayton,
Yes.
DeRazio,
Yes.
Lawrenson,
Opposed.
Rosilla,
Opposed.
Wright,
Opposed.
motion failed, 3-4. Bordenaro, Lawrenson, Rosilla, and Wright voted no.
I'm prepared to make a new motion.
Go ahead.
I move in case number CE 2100617 for a continuance until the future hearing date of September 24th, 2021.
September.
Second.
Okay. Do we have a second on continuing to September 24th? I didn't hear you.
No.
Oh. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Here we go again. Roll call.
Bordenaro,
Yes.
Boland,
Yes.
Clayton,
No.
DeRazio,
Yes.
Lawrenson,
No.
Rosilla,
Yes.
Wright,
Yes.
motion carried, 5-2. Clayton and Lawrenson voted no.
Thank you. This case will be continued till September 24th.
Thank you all.
Next case, please. Did you need to say something, Counselor?
No, I was just saying thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. Next case.
Turn to page 8, number 18, case number CE 21002949. The owner is Enrique D. Romero, 3812 Spence Avenue. We have service, and we have someone here for this case.
Have the witnesses been sworn in?
Raquel, are you translating for them?
Yeah, she's going to
Okay.
say that on record.
Okay, I would need, yes, put the mask on, and I'm going to give them the oath of witness, so raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes. Say yes verbally, please.
Yes, yes.
And state your name and address.
Hilda Romero, 38, 3812 Spencer Avenue, Tampa, 33614.
Thank you. Is he going to speak? And I need the name and address.
Enrique Romero, 3812 Pence Avenue, 33614, Tampa.
And if you could pull your mask up. Armand, do we have a PowerPoint on this one? Do you recognize the property in the photo? Yes? Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, John Kerrigan, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement, and may it please the board. The property in question is located at 3812 Spence Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33614. The property is owned by Romero Enrique. Property is owner occupied. Property is not in foreclosure. The property was first inspected March 5th, 2021, due to an agency referral from Hillsborough County Fire Rescue. The initial inspection revealed one violation. A re-inspection was performed March 9th, 2021, which revealed 3 additional violations. Two of the violations have since achieved compliance. I performed a pre-hearing inspection on July 19th, 2021, and on July 26th, 2021. Photographs were taken at the time for this hearing. The respondent has shared interest to be in compliance. However, the respondent stated that he is unsure how to do so. I believe that the language barrier definitely plays a big role. The following violations remain in non-compliance: accessory structure setback, accessory structure rear yard coverage greater than 20%. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Do you understand what the original inspector told you? Mr. Marrero?
Can you repeat yourself? We couldn't hear you clearly.
Yes, I'm trying to find out from the respondent if he understood what he's supposed to do.
Sí. Yes.
Good. So, yes, they know they're supposed to have
They're in
setback and they
understanding
know
of what
it.
needs. Yes, they're in understanding of what needs to be done. They want to elaborate a little bit more.
Okay, go ahead.
Solicitamos el permiso para la demolición el 26 de abril. Llamé por teléfono y me dijeron que se demoraba de 6 a 8 meses.
Okay, I'm translating for her. This is Officer Raquel Andahar. She explained that in March 26, she applied for a demolition permit to demolish the 2 structures in the back. They did explain to her that it may take 6 to 8 months. She's also contacted via phone and she has not received an update.
Que esa casa se compró en febrero del 2015 y se compró con todas esas violaciones que ahora nos han puesto a nosotros.
But they purchased this home February 2015, and when she purchased the home, and she has her paper here to show that the structures were already present, so she's inherited the problem.
Nosotros en estos momentos, aunque nos llegue el permiso de la demolición, no tenemos el dinero suficiente como para hacer esa demolición, que si nos pueden dar una extensión.
Sorry. Once she receives the permit, she's going to need the time to get the building demolished. They're in fixed income and they don't have the funds to do all the repair immediately. She needs that additional time.
Ms. Wright.
Question. So it was mentioned that they applied for it and they reached out, but they haven't heard back. Did they only try reaching out once? Have they tried to reach out multiple times? What's the situation on that?
I'm sorry to your question. She said that she has contacted them. She spoke to Danny and she hasn't received an update as to when the permit will be approved. They just told her it will be 6 to 8 months. She would like to show her survey to show that when she purchased the property, it came with the structures like that. So they're trying to get that together now.
Okay, so she has paperwork applying for this demolition permit. Is that correct?
Raquel, make sure she understands that if she shows that, we have to keep it for the record. Does she have a copy that we can keep?
Okay, I apologize. She is not going to show the survey because it's not a copy. That's her original. She has submitted the application. I'm not sure if there's do you have a permit? ¿Tienes número de permiso para demolición? ¿O no te han dado nada todavía? She has not received an approval, a demo permit, a case number. She doesn't have anything, but she has submitted the application.
Mr. Lorenzen.
Mr. Pisano, can you confirm that demolition permit's been submitted to the county electronically?
That will take me a couple of minutes, and I'm going to have to go off-site to do that because I have to go to a different program.
Okay. I think it's important to the case to determine whether or not there's some due diligence happening here.
Yeah, we were unaware that that was attempted. Just give me a couple minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Mark, can we kind of jump over this one while Mr. Pisano is trying to find out if there was a permit application sent, and then come back to this one when he has the answer? Ms. Meyer?
This is Officer Andahar. If I may,
Yes.
she's actually showing me an email that she received with an application number. It does indicate here it's unable to issue the permit. I don't think she understands that, so I have to explain to her, but she did receive an email response in her attempt to request for a demo permit.
Okay, so you were saying that the demo permit was rejected?
I haven't read it in full, just read the title, and it says unable to issue permit. And let me see, that was from March 30th, just like she indicated.
It's been a long time. Now we're going to go ahead and finish.
Or
We'll
it just
finish.
indicates that additional information is required to process your application. Because it's in English, I'm not sure if she understands.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and finish this one up. If she got the thing saying she needed to give additional information back in March, Questions from the board?
Not a question, but a comment for the officer. Is it possible that you could possibly go over it with her since she probably didn't understand it, given the language barrier for the additional information?
I'm in the program. It's a new program to us. It's a SELA. So there was a permit applied for on March 30th, 2021, and we have a number. But as Officer Andahar explained, it states you're awaiting client reply, but maneuvering around in this program is not very easy, and I can't locate the question that they want them to reply to. So they're going to have to contact Development Services at Permitting again to find out what the question is that they're requesting. They're probably requesting additional information related to the buildings, but I don't know what specifically that question is.
And to your question, myself and Officer Karen both speak Spanish, so we'll be able to translate this email and explain what she needs to do.
Okay, and then another question for you. Would like a 30-day continuance be sufficient in your eyes so that you can go over it with her and get the additional information to the people that it needs to, and then we can reconvene and see that they've taken the steps to do so?
This is Carmine Pisano again. I would suggest at least 60 days. I don't know who the one that's telling her of the delay. I don't know if it's the contractor that's pushing her out. If that's the problem, then we would suggest that, for her resolution to this, that she seeks a different contractor. That one may be too busy, but I don't know how she pursued this. But she apparently is making her way through the application process, which the initial part is not very easy because of the obtaining signatures from the utilities. But at least 60 days would be giving her enough time to come back with some idea of a resolution or have it resolved by then. But 30 days would not be enough time.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll like to make a motion.
Mr. Lorenzen wishes to speak.
I move on KC 21002949 that based on the evidence presented in the testimony today that we continue this to the September 24th, 2021 hearing. Also ask that both our translator and the officer to get with the client so they can have an understanding, probably a clear understanding on what they need to come back with to show progress by that date.
Second, by right.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
The motion is continue to September 27th meeting. Okay, and the code officer will make sure whatever needs to be done is interpreted to her. Is that what I'm hearing? Yes? No?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. September 27th, next case.
Just for clarification, that's September
Thank you.
24th is our future hearing.
September 24th.
Next case is on page 10, number 21. Case number CE 21004740. The owner is Alita Lorenzo, 7507 North Coolidge Avenue. We have service, and someone is here for this case.
Ms. Meyer, before we begin testimony, just for the recording secretary, since she's not in the room, trying to keep her in the loop, Mr. Bolin has removed himself from the board. He's left the building, so for future motions, we're down to 6.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Mr. Bordenero has left, and Mr. Lorenzen is now serving as chair. Is that correct? No?
I didn't understand.
No, Mr.
I'm
Bolin
sorry.
is the one that's been has excused himself. We still have a chair.
Mr. Bolin has left. And he's
That
no
is
longer-
correct.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
Good morning. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Is the microphone on?
I do.
Okay, and do you recognize the property in the photo?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. State your name and address.
My name's Maury Lorenzo Rodriguez, and my address is 16501 Cayman Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33624.
And are you here to represent the owner of this case?
I am the owner.
You are the owner? Okay. Who's Alita Lorenzo?
That's my mother.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Morning, John Karen, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Property in question is located at 7507 North Coolidge Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33614. Property is owned by Lorenzo Aleda. Property is owner occupied. Property is not in foreclosure. Property was first inspected April 13th, 2021. A reinspection was performed April 23rd. At the time, the respondent had requested a inspection be performed by a supervisor. The pre-hearing inspection took place on July 19th, 2021. Photographs were taken at the time for this hearing. The private pleasure craft measures 21 feet in length and does not meet the required setbacks. Recreational vehicle utility trailer setback is the violation that's cited. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, go ahead.
I'm sorry, my hearing's horrible. Oh, it's my turn? Oh, well, my lovely husband decided to park this boat there, and I do not know how to hook up that boat and move it myself. And he's a long-distance truck driver, and it wasn't until I got this letter that he finally moved the boat. So the boat's gone.
Okay, so your testimony is boat's gone.
Yes, yes, sir.
You're in compliance. That's what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Vasilla.
Prepare to make a move in the case of CE 21004740. That based on the evidence presented to find the property in violation of Hillsborough County Code and ordinance as listed in staff presentation. Further, based on the gravity of violation, the action taken by the violator's history, I grant 7 days to come in compliance. Compliance not achieved by that time, a fine of $100 per day be assessed.
Second, Lorenzen.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Ma'am, they'll inspect and make sure it is gone, okay? Next case, please.
Turn to page 11, number 23, case number CE 20012907. The owner is TWMAN Properties LLC, location 6202 Gibsonton Drive. We have service, and someone is signed in for this case. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And state your name and address.
Wallace Wood, 1901 Jefferson Davis Highway, Richmond, Virginia, 23224.
And you're representing the owner of the company?
I'm the owner of the company.
You are the owner? Okay.
Correct.
And do you recognize the property in the photo?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, officer.
Officer Jason Zalva, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. On August 24th, 2020, I arrived at 6202 Gibson Drive for an interior inspection. I met with Anna Martina Sanchez and had her sign consent form and inspect. Upon entry, I observed the following violations: smoke detectors missing or defective, interior lights defective, missing bulbs, globes, protector covers. The outlets were missing covers, had exposed wires. Some did not function. GFCI protectors, none were present. Electrical wire exposed on outlets from ceiling and beneath breaker box. There were plumbing leaks and defects in the bathroom. Cold water did not work and leaked when turned on. Connection to the drainage system. The water from the shower went directly onto the ground. Exterior walls separate from the floor on both sides of the front door. Windows, exterior doors, front door, and rear door do not properly seal. interior floor walls separated around the front door. There was an infestation of rodent feces was present upon inspection. And so I then contacted the owner and explained the violations. Upon his request, I mailed him a copy of the notice of violation with a 15-day notice. On 9/22/2020, I received a call from the tenant advising that his landlord served him with eviction notice. I advised that he could contact Consumer Affairs if he had any questions about his legal rights. But he stated that no repairs were made. For this reason, I referred the case. On 10/12/2020, I arrived for reinspection. The property owner advised me that he had made repairs according to the tenants. The only repairs made was to the door and the door frame. With that said, the metal strip below the door was hot, and when the kids would get shocked when it rained. I confirmed it was hot with my county-issued voltage detector. The tenant stated they were being evicted and would be out by November 1st. I later contacted the property owner, advised him of the issues. He stated he'd make the repairs once they were removed. I kept this case on track for the hearing. On 7/15/2021, I posted a hearing with blue painter's tape and received a call from this gentleman here, the owner, and he said he may not be in town, but here he is. So that's where we are today. I've not been able to get into the place to see any corrections made.
I never received.
Okay, sir, it's your turn.
I just would like to state I never received any type of paperwork of this hearing or anything. To 2 days ago, I opened up a letter, and that's when I called them up. I was in Virginia at the time, so I just went ahead and drove down to come down here. I'm not real familiar with Florida laws, but I was thinking that just because nobody's in the property, that I didn't have to deal with anything else because I evicted the tenants. That's the reason they called, and they've been living there for like a long time, and that's why I guess they're the one that tore the property up. Just want to state that.
Are they still living in the property?
Excuse me?
Are the tenants still living in the property?
No, nobody's in the property. Nobody been in the property since I evicted them of last year. I left it vacant because it needs repair. Yep, I lost my grandfather and I lost my son recently. I just haven't had time to really deal with anything else.
All right, is there electric still hooked up to this vacant property?
I apologize. I can't really hear that well.
Is the electric still hooked up from Tampa Electric to this property?
No, no electricity, no water, no anything.
Okay. Members of the board have any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Lorenzen.
For the owner, how much time do you need to complete the repairs that are listed here?
Tell you the truth, I would like to sell the property as is and let somebody else come in and fix it up themselves. I'm not planning to have any more tenants at the property. I do have the property currently for sale, and I won't have any tenants moving there.
Is the property secured?
Yes, it is. It's locks. I put padlocks on all the doors. Can't open it either.
Okay, I'm prepared to make a motion. I'm in case CE 200129007 that based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation and the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 60 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $200 per day be assessed.
Second with discussion.
With the additional condition that the property remain vacant for the duration.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Sir, you have 60 days to fix everything. Next case, please. Oh, and keep it vacant.
I have a question. Like, I was never serviced on this date at all. Like, how are y'all servicing people and knowing they received it? Because I never.
I have no idea. Code enforcement's the one that, I believe sends something to you or posts something to you. The officer, do you want to explain to him what you do?
Yes, he's not able to be served through certified mail, then the property is posted within 10 days of the hearing, and it was properly posted. So that's how we service him. So he was served, and he did call me, and that's how I made me aware of this hearing.
Yeah, I called 2 days ago, right?
Okay, sir. As long as you own the property, you might want to get with the property appraiser's office and have them have your address in Virginia in case they need to serve you anything.
Okay.
Once you sell it, you're done with it. But right now, that's the only way they can get a hold of you is to post it, and you're in Virginia, so you're not driving by.
Correct.
Okay, you got 60 days. Thank you.
I appreciate it. The reason I'm asking, I have another property. He stated to me 2 days ago.
We're not discussing that. We can only discuss what's on the agenda. Do you have another piece of property on the agenda?
We have another case that's already in fine run status, which I informed him about, and I told him I'd talk to him on Monday about that.
But it's not on today's agenda.
No, sir.
Okay, we don't need to hear it. Next case, please.
Turn to page 12, number 26, case number CE 21001291. The owner is the Peggy Lynn Collins Life Estate and Judy Herbert, 8506 Magnolia Street. We have service, and we have someone present here to speak. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And come up and give me your name and address.
Peggy Hampton Collins, 8506 Magnolia Street, Gibsonton, Florida, 33534.
Your name and address?
Yes, William Francis Ernst. I'm also 8506 Magnolia Street, Gibsonton, Florida, 33534.
Thank you. Do you recognize the property in the photo?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Officer Jason Zalva, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. On February 1st, 2021, I arrived at 8506 Magnolia Street for another complaint regarding someone living in an RV. I had previously closed out a complaint, confirmed that no one was living in the RV at the time. Upon arrival, I met Peggy Collins and Bill Ernst. I explained the complaint, and Bill explained they had been doing work in there, and I suspect the RV did not meet the required 5-foot setback. I advised Bill that he would be getting rid of it. He advised me be getting rid of it last week, but it was still on scene. Because of the size of the RV and the size of the yard, the RV was not able to remain on scene. Because of the RV, and there was also a great deal of inoperable vehicles that were coming and going from this property. She was cited, Ms. Peggy Collins was cited with a 15-day notice of violation. It should be noted that we've had several complaints on this property. Camper in the driveway that was on 217. The god-awful amount of junk was sent in on 218. Ongoing issues, untagged vehicles on 221. We've been out there multiple times, and every time they cleaned it up, and then the accumulations would come back. Although on my last visit, the RV was gone, the inoperable vehicles were gone. I'd be requesting a remaining compliance for the inoperable vehicles. As for the accumulations, as of 7/15, they were still there.
Okay, board members, questions? Somebody like to make a motion?
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go.
Go ahead.
I move in case CE 21001291. Based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator, and the violator's history, I grant that 30 days to come into compliance, and if compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $300 per day.
Lorenzen, for purposes of discussion, second?
Did you
Go
all
ahead.
have something to say?
Yes.
I don't believe we gave the owners an opportunity to speak after
That was
Mr.
my-
Zalva
that
gave
was
his.
That was my second.
I
So
brought,
that was,
I brought some photographs of the property here, that everything's been corrected.
You need to get closer to the microphone.
All the vehicles. Okay. You can see the pictures there that, compared to the pictures that you just seen on the video, the pictures that we submitted, we took yesterday. And everything's in compliance now. I do believe you'll see that, where the trailer was at, it actually eroded the grass and so on, and it looked really horrible. And so we've done a lot to make the property look like it should be. And you'll see from the pictures that I just submitted that the vehicles of Peggy and mine, I have 2 vehicles. She has 1 vehicle. They're all licensed. They're all currently registered. There's no unauthorized vehicles. And from the backyard and the front yard, everything looks much better. So even though we have 30 days to correct it, you may be able to look at what we've done recently and maybe hopefully close the case.
How much time do you need on the accumulation? I know we're gonna have to
I'm saying.
redo.
Since we're given the 30 days, we probably finish whatever is accumulated within 30 days, if that's determined to be required.
Okay, so as far as the motion goes, the inoperable vehicles is in compliance. The accumulations, you're giving 30 days for $300 a day. In your order, are you going to order the repeat violator or stay in compliance, whichever the officer was asking for, on inoperable vehicles?
At the time the inspection was done, my friend had brought another car. And she had,
two separate.
and so there was a point in time where we didn't have a license tag on her car because she turned it into DMV to get it on her new car, and she was preparing her older car to get sold.
Okay.
So she since sold that, so there's no unauthorized vehicles on the property at all.
Okay, we understand. Okay, now, if you would go over your motion again, so we'll get it straight. One is on the accumulations, one is to stay in compliance on the inoperable vehicle.
Say again, please.
Okay. We have a motion for, to be in compliance with the accumulations within 30 days or $300 a day. And, okay. I move in case number CE 21001291. Based on the evidence presented, I find that the property is again in violation of Hillsborough County Code and ordinances as listed in staff's presentation, and the previous order dated February 1st, 2021. This constitutes a repeat violation as defined in the Florida statutes. I further find that the property is now in compliance with this code provision and order that it remain in compliance with this code provision.
Mr. Chairman,
I don't believe this is a repeat
That's
violation
not-
case.
right.
Understand, we're working on it here. Give us 1 second.
He's asking for an order to stay in compliance on the inoperable vehicles.
I think I understand what Mr. Razio is trying to say. Would you like me to restate it for the
Sure, go ahead.
board? Sure. Okay, I'll go ahead and present it as a whole.
Sure.
I move in case CE 21001291, that based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County Codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 30 days to come into compliance on item PM 12.1 accumulations. And if compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $300 per day be assessed. I also move in this case that I move in case CE 21001291, that based on the evidence presented, I find the property was in violation of Hillsborough County Codes or ordinances as presented. Further, I find the property is now in compliance with code provision PM 12.5 inoperable vehicles in order that it remain in compliance with this code provision.
Second.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay,
Who was
sir.
the second?
Mr. Razio was the second.
Thank you.
Next case.
Okay, next case is on page 13, number 27, CE 21002183. The owner is the Celeste of West Florida LLC, location 6201 Ohio Street. We have service, and we have someone here for this case. Good morning. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And state your name and address?
Gerard Alvarez, 11850 Sophia Drive, apartment 5306, Tampa, Florida, 33637.
Do you recognize the? Thank you.
Officer Jason Zalva, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. On February 19th, 2021, I arrived at 6201 Ohio Street, or also known as 12148 US Highway 41, for a mobile home inspection. Upon arrival, I met with the complainant, Elijah Perez, and observed several interior violations, which the property owner would later repair. However, the violations that bring us here today were the remaining violations of an RV hooked up and occupied. There are 3 RVs hooked up and occupied, 1 in front and 2 in the rear. I later spoke with the owner, Mr. Fabian Alvarez, and advised him of the violations. He stated that people live in the RV on the US I-41 had squatters in it, which he would later remove them from. However, the other 2 RVs on the property were also occupied. The problem comes in with this property is zoned RSC, it does not have an RSP zoning, nor does it have an RSP overlay. The property, 2 properties over, has a show business overlay, and I believe the owner was under pressure that he could continue to rent RVs because the adjacent properties had that. That is not the case here. I advised him that he would need to get rezoned if he wanted to keep the RVs. At this point, there's been no application, there is no rezoning, so he can only have 1 RV on his property, and it cannot be occupied.
I have been the property owner since February 2018, and I pretty much bought the property as is. In regards to the RV that was parked by US 41, when the code officer was out there, what had happened was it is my own personal RV that I parked there. And as a side note, it was unlawfully occupied by a squatter who, by his own device, connected the camper, taking electricity from a neighboring property, and with an extension cord, moved in, and then decided to call code enforcement, incidentally enough. And this is what started the whole process. I then asked the code officer to please help me to tell him to leave the RV. And pretty much they slammed the door in his face and said they were not going to leave and they needed to be evicted, which cost me $1,000 to hire an attorney to evict them, which was never executed because of the moratorium. 2 weeks after we asked them to leave, they left, but not before destroying the entire RV on the inside, decimated it, stole refrigerator, AC, destroyed the entire inside of the RV. Contaminated the fuel tank, broke a key in the ignition with crazy glue in it. And so to comply with this violation, item Z609, I basically had to get it towed around the corner where it's parked right now. And no one has ever lived in that RV, ever. It's not connected. It had to be towed there. It doesn't start. It is decimated on the inside in every possible way, and it can be authenticated by the officer if he wants to go out there and see it. So that one has never been occupied. In essence, I've done my best to comply, and at this point, by 50% of the violations. So item Z609 has been completed. The other item, Z634, I have not been financially able to remove, and it's basically a 20-foot camper, because I've suffered severe economic hardship during the pandemic. And the eviction moratorium has now been extended. This has also allowed tenants to stay there longer than they should have, who also suffer because of the pandemic. And at times they've been there not paying rent or utilities for as long as 9 months, and you cannot evict them. To remove this last camper that I had to remove, because the code officer requested that I remove 2 of the 3. I removed 1 already, so I have to remove 1 more. To remove this camper would require at least 30 days notice to the current tenant, who prior to moving in that camper was living out of his little 2-door car. The cost to physically remove and dispose of that camper, and especially due to the severe economic hardship that I have, would be astronomical for me right now. So if the tenant does not leave voluntarily, which I suspect will be the case, I would have to file an eviction. As we all know, now that the moratorium has been extended. So I will not be able to do that. Therefore, extending my costs and exacerbating my economic hardship. So my only 3 options, by the way, I bought this property as is, grandfathered in. These things have been there for 25 years. My neighbors have different zoning, I believe it's PD. They have about 10 campers. My other neighbor on the other side has about 30, which is just a complete insane mess compared to my property. And I just have a little 20-foot camper that I'd like to have remain there. If I can't, and I have to remove it, once again, I have a homeless person before moving into it, staying there, and I would put him back on the street. And the whole goal of me having this property was basically to provide affordable housing for people in those demographics to have a roof over their head. So at this point, I cannot afford to do anything other than rezone, which costs $10,000 to apply for the application, another $10,000 for a consultant, and then all the associated costs with rezoning. So in essence, $20,000 to $40,000 to rezone the place. It's an impossibility for me to do. It's either that or remove the camper or evict the guy that's there, which I can't because they've not extended the moratorium. I cannot afford to do this. This is the only property I own. I'm not a real estate investor. It's the only way I support myself and my 95-year-old mother, for which I'm the primary caretaker. With everything I've said right now, I have full documentation from the, and willing to provide here, from the eviction process that I started with the squatter to being the full-time caretaker of my 95-year-old mother that I can submit to you right now. That's my case.
Okay, so what you're saying is you don't have the money to move them.
Sounds a little bit muffled. Can you repeat that, please?
You're saying you don't have the money to move them?
To move, when you say them, are you talking about the current tenant at the 20-foot camper?
You're in violation of having the recreational vehicle and the exceeding allowable number.
Right.
Okay. So you need to get down to one. Is that what I understand?
Right. So it's removed 2 or 3, one of which has already been removed and no one is living in it. It doesn't, it's destroyed, it's decimated on the inside, destroyed. There's no AC, there's no refrigerator, AC, there's just nothing in it. He took a hammer to it and just destroyed everything. So.
All right. So that you're going to remove that.
What was that again?
Are you going to have plans to remove that?
I have to at some point, but again, he has contaminated the fuel tank, and the fuel tank on that RV is huge. I can't physically do it. I try to get it started. I have to get it pushed over to the back of the house to remove it from where it was initially, where it was illegally hooked up, and that's where Jason Zalva saw it. And so to try to comply with that, I removed it from there, got them evicted. So that brings me to one camper, which basically, with the fact that I just stated, I don't have the financials to remove that camper, nor can I evict the guy. So my only choices are basically to rezone, and that's again $20,000 to $40,000. So unless my finances change within the next 6 months, I don't see how we'll do this. I will put the property out for sale, being that now we're in a seller's market, and see if I can get someone to buy it, and then just basically have them take care of the cost of rezoning. But I'm basically sandwiched between 2 properties that are doing, twice or more.
We're not interested in any other property but yours at this point. Whoever is in that other vehicle, are they paying you rent?
They're paying you rent, right, in the 24 camper.
They're paying you rent.
Right.
Okay.
This is the person that was homeless before, and he's not collecting unemployment. He was living in a little 2-door apartment. And then I gave him a chance, to have affordable housing, utilities included, and he's in there.
Question, just to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. There's 2 vehicles on the property. You can only have one. There's a person living in one. What's the issue with removing the one that is dilapidated, essentially? You can move it and then he would be in compliance, correct?
No, ma'am. This is Officer Jason Zalva speaking.
Okay.
There's actually 3 RVs on the property. One I know for sure is unoccupied. That's one that he had the squatters in. The other 2 are set up, have porches built around them, as you saw in the pictures. Though I don't know if they're both occupied, but they cannot be occupied at all, and they cannot be hooked up. He can only have 1 RV on the property where he is under 1 acre, and he is residentially zoned. So he must get rid of 2 of the RVs. None of them can be occupied.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
So in essence, I've gotten rid of 1 of the 2 that was requested. And the other camper is the one that that person is living in, which has no means to go anywhere. And that's back to my choices. It's either remove that camper if I'm not allowed to keep it there. It's a 20-foot yellow camper. I have a picture. I can show it to you if you need to see it right now. That's the choice. Either remove the camper or keeping the camper, remove the camper, evict the tenant, which I can't do, or rezoning, which is completely outside of my financial capabilities. And again,
Okay, so you're going to have to figure out, because you're going to come into compliance, you can only have 1 vehicle on that property. 1.
that one you're
Okay.
looking at, right? That one right there is the one that was basically decimated on the inside. It does not run. That was on 41 that I moved over to the back. That one, I moved it because they were living there, squatting, and they destroyed it. When Jason, basically told them they have to leave the place, they slammed the door in his face on us, and said we're not leaving until we get evicted. So I had to file an eviction, pay an attorney $1,000 that I don't have because it's owned by my LLC, You can't just hire anyone to do an eviction. And before it was executed, they left, but not before destroying it. So I couldn't even start it to get it out of there, but I tried my best to remove it just to be in compliance with that one, which is one of the two items that we have in the case right now. So it's not occupied, it's not hooked up, no one is in it. It's just at the back of my property, and there's nothing happening with it. That's
Okay, they do have tow trucks that can move those things.
Yeah.
Mr. Lorenzen, did you have
It's about-
something?
It's about
I'm prepared to make a
$2,500
motion.
to tow that.
Okay, Mr. Lorenzen, go ahead with your motion.
I move in case CE 21002183, the based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 120 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $50 per day be assessed.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, can you say your name for the,
Your name, Mr. Razio.
Gerard Fabian Alvarez.
okay, we're good now. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right. So you have 120 days to do whatever needs to be done to where you only have one. And Mr. Zalva, if you'd like to explain it to him, what he's got to do or what he's got to move would probably be helpful from what I'm understanding.
I just kind of walked into this whole situation with everything you're saying, there's a caveat, because now with the moratorium, you just can't even get.
Sir, we're done with your case. You have 120 days to come into compliance.
Right.
Okay?
Sure.
Next case.
Yeah.
Next case is number 28, case number CE 21003142. The owner is Bullfrog Creek MHP LLC. Location 11211 East Bay Road. We have service and we have several people here to speak. Everyone who's going to be speaking, raise your right hand to take the oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? State your name
And
and address.
good afternoon now. Eric Bossart on behalf of the property owner, 3902 North Marguerite Street, Tampa, Florida, 33603.
Thank you. And I need the rest of them. Name and address, please.
Mary Drummond, 11211 East Bay Road, Lot 10, on behalf of the management company.
Okay, and the others, if they're going to speak, they need to give their name and address.
Hey, how y'all doing this afternoon? My name is Tavares Rush. The address is 11211 East Bay Road, Lot 39, in Gibsonton, Florida, 33534.
You doing, Anitra Stevens, 112211 East Bay Road, Gibsonton Drive, Lot 39.
We can't.
1 East Bay Drive, Gibson, Florida.
And what's your name, sir?
Samuel.
And do you recognize the property in the photo? I guess whoever represents the owner, I'm asking that question.
Yes, yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay, before we get started here, we cannot see into that room. Do we have, I heard we had a group of people. Do we have for and against, or all for, all against? Where do we stand so we know to separate these out?
Yes, myself and Ms. Drummond are on behalf of the property owner. This is the complainants were the last three that announced their presence, and they are the tenants.
Okay, thank you. Officer, go ahead.
Officer Jason Zalva, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. On March 11, 2021, I contacted property manager Mary Drummond and asked if they had work order in for lot 39. Mary stated that they replaced the flooring as well as tub. They had warned the tenant to stop flushing other items down the toilet, but they were going to send the plumber back out there today. I then spoke with the complainant, Anitria Stevens, who stated that they only did the minimal standards back in January. It should be noted that I did an inspection, observed all repairs had been made, and they were satisfied on a previous case they have documented. Anitria stated the tub was not draining, the toilet was not flushing and backing up, and there was still rat infestation. Anitria wanted me to tell Mary to put them in another mobile home. I explained to Anitria that I had no authority to make such an order to the property manager. Because there's plumbing going on today, I extended my inspection till the next day. On 3/12, I spoke with Mary Drummond regarding the property, and she advised the plumbers had unclogged the toilet and had to repair the tub, and there was a new hole in the tub. Mary advised that it was a brand new tub that had been installed only a couple months ago. On 3/16, I attempted to contact Anitria again, left her voicemail box is full, so I sent her a text message requesting to contact me. Although Mary Drummond stated all repairs were made, I need to confirm this with the complainant, and I then extended the case. On 3/19, I made contact with Anitria, and she signed a consent form to inspect. Anitria stated that there were still some leaks when it rains, especially around the front door. It had not rained recently. I observed no water stains. Anitria also stated that they could still hear rats in the ceiling at night. I was not able to see any evidence of rodents infestation. I explained to her that because I could not see any evidence of either of those things, I would not be able to cite for them, but I could communicate that to Mary Drummond. I then followed her into the bathroom, observed the following violations. The shower head was loose. The toilet was loose. When you push your knee against it, it rocked back and forth. Tub faucet leaked when they're in the off position. And then there was an exterior screen door was missing a handle. At that point, I requested a 10-day notice of violation to be sent to property management. On 4/2, I contacted Anitria, and the sink was still broken, as well as the toilet, tub, and shower head. I advised her I would look into it, find out what was going on for repairs. I asked her for the status, and she had contractors there 4 times to fix the plumbing. Mary also advised that per their lease contract, the tenants required to file a work order via email. Mary stated that since she had been in the park, she had never received an email from Anitria. She would just show up in the office to notify her repairs. I made contact with Anitria, explained how their policy works, and that she needed to make good faith and send emails they requested. And because of that reason, I did extend the case a little bit. On 4/29, I spoke with Mary Drummond and asked her what was going on with the lot 39. She advised Anitria never emailed her for the repairs, and that they will soon be served with 3-day notice to vacate. Mary stated they had all the photos of the damage and repairs contractors had made. But at this point, they were not going to make any more repairs until they received until the tenant was evicted. On 5/4, I spoke with park manager again, explained that I understood the tenants have not followed park policy and requesting repairs. However, because the violation still exists, I'd be referring this for a hearing. On 7/26, I arrived again for a pre-hearing inspection. I had spoken with Mary Drummond on the phone, and she had all the evidence, work orders, photos, correspondence for the hearing on Friday. As I walked into the porch, I observed the exterior screen door handle was still broken. I then met with Anitria, and she advised the violation has not been corrected. I looked at the sink, the tub was still cracked and had mildew growing on the outside of it. The shower head was actually not just broken, but pushed in. And so when they turned it on, it leaked through the walls, and the toilet was still loose. I photographed the violations you see here today. It should be noticed too, she said the door did not shut to her place, which was not on the original violation. And that was a simple fix. I was able to repair her door for her, so her door securely lock. And that's where we are today.
Okay. The respondent's turn.
Thank you, and thank you, officer. We are asking for a dismissal of the violations, or in the alternative, a 90-day extension, so we can wrap up the eviction against the tenants that is currently pending, so we can effectively get this into compliance, so we can complete the repairs. By way of a brief background, my client, Bullfrog Creek, rents the property to the tenants whom are reporting these code enforcement violations. The complainants in this matter are in fact the tenants, just to reiterate. My client has taken this matter extremely seriously, has responded on numerous occasions, and has completed the repairs pursuant to the violations, only to then find out a week or two later that they have not in fact been properly repaired, and there have been multiple phone calls to code enforcement as opposed to emails to the property manager regarding what continues to need to be fixed. Again, this is reaching critical mass here regarding my client's desire to continue to fix these issues that continue to be broken by the tenants in this matter. Again, we do have an eviction scheduled for a final hearing on August 12th. At that point, we would request some additional time after we gain possession of the property so we can effectuate the proper repairs to get this property into compliance. We do have pictures of all of the repairs that were properly made, as well as receipts. And as it relates to the current pending very nominal violations, we have been in contact with contractors, with Home Depot, and because of the litany of phone calls being made by the tenants and the complainants in this matter, they do not want to touch this. They do not want to get involved until the eviction is finalized and we regain possession.
Okay, you first asked to have the case dismissed, but then you said that you're not in compliance.
We are in compliance. We have gotten into compliance several times, only to find out later on that we are getting phone calls, and phone calls are being made actually to code enforcement saying that the toilet is again loose. The shower head is now pushed through the wall. And I'm sorry, I can't hear with, these individuals talking behind me. And so we have made numerous valid attempts to get the property back into compliance, only to then have it fall out of compliance. And it's our under information and belief that is due to the tenant's occupation of the premises.
Okay, Mr. Lorenzen.
Well, Counselor, do you have some supporting documentation that you can leave? Oh, I see you're raising it up in the air, that you can leave with us so we can take a look of before and after existing conditions showing that you've done your due diligence?
Yes, we are bringing that over right now. Also, before she goes, we also have a copy of the eviction paperwork if you would like to see that as well.
That'd be fantastic. Thank you.
You'll get it mailed to you.
And you said, just to clarify, you confirmed that eviction is currently scheduled for August the 12th?
August 12th is the date for the final hearing.
Thank you.
I would need that back.
Okay, for the other people there that wish to testify, you all live in lot 39?
Yes, sir.
All of you?
Yes.
Oh, okay, what do you want to tell us?
So we
Sir, state your name before you start talking so
yes,
that
sir.
the recording.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Tavares Rush. So we moved into the property, I believe, October 30th or October 31st. And the first day we moved into the property, it was a mildew on actually, when I seen the property, I was going to get my deposit back because the property was not up to standards. It was bugs everywhere. The floor was soft. We didn't have any hot water for 3 weeks. They're not telling the whole story because we told them that, hey, we're going to pay the rent. We just want y'all to fix these issues, the same issues that we kept on asking them to fix. They'll patch it up. And we got evidence right here, and we submitted stuff into the court. We submitted our evidence to the court. We got pictures, and we got documentation and text message that we submitted to the Hillsborough County the court office. And we also opened up an escrow account too, because we were willing to pay the rent. We told them that we was willing to pay the rent if they fixed the issues. It was never a problem with us paying the rent, but it's like we got into the property I believe in November, the beginning of November or the end of October. And we paid I believe $21.50 for the deposits for the property not to be up to standards. So when we first moved into the property, nothing was fixed properly. It was a lot of repairs that had to be made, and we waited patiently for months. We waited patiently for months before we even made a call to code enforcement or anything like that. So, you know, my brother has asthma, you know, it's just a lot of problems that was going on. It's just bad inside of the place. I got evidence. I got the pictures right here too. Before and after, because
they patched it up or whatever. They patched it up or whatever. I can show you pictures where they came in and repaired. We got before. Here's the before pictures right here. That's the after. They just stuck this because I called court enforcement because she went when I go to the rent office and text her, she would say that she didn't get no texts or nothing like that. I text her, I call, I even got mad. I'm not gonna lie, cursed out too. I was upset because she had lied to us when we first got to the property. When we got on the property or whatever, we was trying to, once we seen it, we wanted our money order back. We didn't see Mary in the property to get our money order. So basically we stayed or whatever there. She said that a new company brought the property and they was going to fix it. So I'm sorry, they was going to fix it, and then they came and nigger rigged it. They patched it up, ghetto rigged it, as in not the. If you look at the pictures they put in, they didn't caulk the windows. They didn't caulk the windows. The floors are slippery. I actually fell inside the tub because the water. I have videos, but they say that y'all don't take videos. But I have video where the water just constantly run. And one night I got ready to get in the shower, whatever, which I explained to Mary, and I called Mary, and I explained to her I fell in the tub. So that's how the hole got in the tub, because the tub is not sturdy, which code enforcement can tell you that. The property been like that. It's been like that before we moved in or whatever. And I asked her, once she started fixing up the trailer or whatever, I asked her, I was like, why don't y'all put us in another trailer or whatever? Until they fixed it, we had no stove for months. Well, I got texts too, if I have to bring them back. Well, we was texting. We had no heat. We had to go to South Tampa. We had to go to South Tampa and take showers.
Ma'am, we don't need to hear about no air, no heat. What we're here for is the defects in the plumbing, then the window.
Yes, but that's
and the
that's,
fixtures.
and it's the plumbing still. The plumbing, it's
Okay.
molded. What are you saying?
Okay, I'm listening.
Okay, listen, what I'm saying, sir, is that the point is the property been not no good. When she came in, I have texts when I first texted her and asked her for my money order back. Once I seen the property molded, she said there was some new people just bought the property and they was going to have vendors to come out and fix it. They did not fix it. They niggered, they patched it up. And I ended up falling in the tub. So yes, that's plumbing. The water was just running in the hallway, and I didn't realize or whatever. I walked in there and I fell inside the tub. I actually went to the hospital. I do have hospital papers that too. So nobody's not trying to sue her. We just wanted her to fix the property. So we stopped paying rent. We have put money in the escrow account or whatever. So instead of her fixing the property, she got upset, retaliated, trying to fix it.
Ma'am, we don't need to hear all of that. Now, Mr. Lorenzen has a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So just to clarify in your timeline, I have documentation here from the owner in regards to repair of and fixing of the tub. And your testimony is that the tub was never fixed or fixed and then broken again when you fell.
It was not fixed properly. It was pitched. It's ghetto rigged. It was not fixed properly.
So your testimony is ma'am, please. So your testimony is that they did not replace the tub. They tried to fix the crack in the tub and they were unsuccessful.
They didn't. It wasn't.
It was not fixed.
The tub has never been replaced.
What I'm trying to tell you, sir, is it was not fixed properly.
Ma'am,
it was not torqued up. It was not fixed properly. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Ma'am,
the tub was not fixed properly.
Ma'am,
it was a half job.
Ma'am, please. Ma'am.
Yes.
Was the tub replaced with a new tub?
Yes, it was replaced with a new tub, but it was not in there correctly.
What I just asked was the tub replaced with a brand new tub?
Yes, sir. It was replaced with the brand new tub, but the tub was not in their property, or the toilet was not hooked up. It's wiggling where you can fall. Code enforcement I got pictures in there where you can see when they fixed it or whatever that it's not hooked up. You still can see outside. It wiggles. So when you go to the toilet, you're gonna either fall or you're gonna wiggle off of it like a worm. So no, it was something new, but it was not put in properly.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So we understand it was replaced, but it wasn't replaced properly.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just a moment.
And then the toilet, can you look at?
Excuse me. Everyone in the room needs to make sure your mask
Okay,
stays on
sorry.
properly over the nose and
And
mouth.
then I'm sorry about that. You're right. Correct. I'm sorry. But the toilet too,
follow-up-
if you look at the pictures, sir, can you look at the pictures first? And see after they replaced it, how everything was not done correctly or whatever, because I took pictures of it after they got done. So
Officers-
it was not in there correctly, period. The toilet has never been fixed. You put a brand new tub, but you didn't put a toilet. The toilet is the one that runs all night and has water flooding everywhere.
Okay, ma'am, please stop. Thank you. Officer Zalva,
My Honor,
Yes, sir.
have you seen these conditions and replacements firsthand at any of your visits? I've seen the pictures as part of the presentation, but has there been a good faith effort to replace materials or fixtures or any of those kind of things, or is this exactly the same condition as it was when you first observed it?
Yes, sir. I originally had a case a few months prior to this one, a couple months prior to it, where there were several violations, including soft floors. There was a lot of violations, and they fixed all those violations. I went in, inspected, and they said, yep, everything's been fixed. They did a good job. I'm like, okay, fantastic. And I closed it out. And then I got a call later on March 11th, said, well, things are still broken. And that's when I went back and did a reinspection. And that's when I started getting more calls. And these are the violations we are here for today. All those other things were fixed, sir.
Thank you. It's your testimony that at some point they were happy with the repairs that were made during one of your visits, correct?
Yes, they made good faith effort, and the tenants were satisfied with the original repairs until I got another call later on.
Thank you.
Ma'am, I have a question for you. You have not paid rent in how long?
hello. My Honor, I was there a couple months ago, and the lady came here to do inspection in Holly, and the same problem going on there, and nothing never got touched. It never got touched. You see the same thing in the concrete.
I have no idea.
And the concrete is about 6 inches. It's a hazard.
Ma'am,
And the back door, you really can't go out the back door.
Ma'am, we got somebody else on there. I don't know where the confusion is. We want to talk to the person that's here.
3 months. 3 months, but we still have the money.
Okay, I asked you a question, you answered my question.
We put some in.
Ma'am, this is not a discussion.
Okay.
I
3
asked you a
months.
question.
3
Now, you
months.
haven't paid your rent in 3 months.
But we have money, extra money.
No, but we're not having a discussion. Okay, you were taken to court and you were legally evicted and you were supposed to leave on the 12th of August. Is that correct?
No.
No?
I'm sorry, I could clarify that.
If you would, please.
The final eviction hearing for this rent-based eviction is scheduled for August 12th. They have
Okay,
not yet been evicted yet.
okay, but that could happen August the 12th.
Because they never fixed it.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so it has been filed, there is a hearing, and they could be evicted as of that date. Okay,
I was gonna tell them who went out there. My honor, they had inspection. They had
All right,
inspection.
there was a third person, I believe, that was sworn in. Does that third person have anything else different
Yeah.
than what we've heard?
Hello?
He wants to know if you're going to say something different from.
No, but I'm saying something. My problem is that they had inspection. The lady came out here from the it was a rental property there that came out. She did inspection and they find the same problem that the code enforcement found. Then another contract 2 weeks, about 3 months came out and he found the same problem.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Lorenz.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I have to leave. So may I be excused?
All right. Yes, you may. Mr. Priscilla needs to leave for the court reporter. Mr. Lorenzen, if you'd like to make a motion.
Sure to make a motion, yes.
Say again?
I move in case CE 21003142, the basis of the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the action is taken by the violator and the violator's history. I grant 90 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $100 per day be assessed.
Second, Clayton.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Right, opposed.
Right, opposed. Motion carries. Okay. Does everybody understand this? It's 90 days to come into compliance. It will most likely be evicted prior to that if on August the 12th, which is only about 11 days away. Next case, please.
Turn back to page 5, number 12, case number CE 21004846. The violator is Nation Star Mortgage LLC. Location 16003 Dawnview Drive. We have service. And someone is here for this case, and I apologize, we overlooked you earlier, ma'am.
That's okay.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
We're about to lose
And
them.
state your name and address.
Yes, Pamela Hess, 944 4th Street North, Suite 600, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33701.
Okay, and how are you?
I am the attorney for Nation Star, doing business as Dr. Cooper. They are the current owner of the property.
All right. And do you recognize the property in the photo? I realize you may not.
Through photos that I have seen from my client, but I have never physically been to the property.
Thank you.
Officer.
Code Enforcement Officer Raquel Andahar. Before I proceed, if I may, did you just say that the bank is not the owner?
They are the owner, yes.
They are the owner? Okay. In my records, I
I'm
have.
sorry, they are not the, they are not the owner. We are in foreclosure at the moment.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll
I'm stuck
proceed.
on another case in my head right now. Yes, I will correct my statement. We are currently in foreclosure. The property is still owned by the borrower at the moment.
Okay, so I'll proceed. The property is in foreclosure. This case is against the mortgagee as the violator. The violations for failure to maintain the property. This is a townhome. The violations are for overgrowth and accumulations on their failure to maintain. My first inspection was April 20th, 2021. No contact has been made. My last inspection was yesterday, July 29th, and violations still remain.
Okay, Counselor.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Since we are not currently the owner of the property, we're not able to enter the property at the moment. We do have inspections done regularly on the property. On our last inspection on July 7th, they're just drive-by inspections because of COVID. We don't enter the properties. Our records indicate that the property is currently occupied, which is different from the property inspector's report. We did report a vehicle parked in the parking lot back on July 7th. And our inspection showed that the lawn was cut. But based on the fact that there has been a vehicle parked in the driveway, and I can provide as evidence our inspection report from July 7th. I have photos of the property on that date, showing the vehicle and the property, as well as the property, which appears to be maintained. I don't know if you want to.
If I may, the
Yes,
property is
please.
vacant. Contact has been made, unlike their inspectors. I actually got out and spoke with the neighbors. The property is vacant. Violations remain. If they walk up to the property, they'll be able to see some of the violations at the front of the property. I have not inspected the back, so our concern at this time is just the front.
So if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
So given that our inspectors have shown that the property is occupied, at this time, if I could just request additional time so we can get an inspector back out there again to verify the status of the property, and then we can move forward to correct any violations. Should the
So
property need to.
if I had decided to go visit a young lady one block over and I really didn't want my car in her driveway, and I parked it in that driveway, your inspector would say that it's occupied?
I'm sorry, it was a little muffled. I couldn't clearly hear you.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is there was a vehicle you say your inspector found in the driveway.
That's correct.
If I were to park my car in that driveway to go around the corner to see a young lady, because I don't want my car in her driveway, your inspector would automatically say that it's tenant occupied? Anybody knock on the door?
Given the pandemic, we don't go to the inspectors don't go to the door. So yes, if there's a car in the driveway, they're going to assume that it is occupied.
You know what about assuming is all about, but anybody have anything else to say? Any questions from the board members?
Question for the officer. I know we don't know what's happening in the backyard. Do we know if this property has a pool or any life safety issues at this time?
There's no pool on the record. I'm property appraisers. It's a small backyard. I believe it may be overgrown. I do understand the point of the bank that they may not have access to go all the way to the back, to the rear. I'm not sure if they have the keys to the property, but they can at least take care of the front. And it's really minimum if you really look at the pictures.
I understand. Thank you. Prepare to make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I move in case CE 21004846 that based on the evidence presented, I find that the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the action taken by the violator, and the violator's history, I grant 45 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $250 per day be assessed.
Second, Clayton.
A motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Wright had to leave, so we still have a quorum. There's 4 of us here now, and we will proceed.
Court reporter, can you confirm that?
Acknowledged.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are you ready for the next case?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, page 14, number 29, case number CE 21006656. The owner is I can't say it, Ashraf A. Rabah, 4532 Lithia Springs Road. We have service And we have several people here for this case. And we have some people virtual, I think, also for this case.
Yes, this is Stan Golewski, attorney for Astra. I'm on a video.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand that.
Sure. My name is Stan Golewski. My office number is 412 East Madison Street, Suite 1106, Tampa, Florida, 33602. I'm counsel for Mr. Rabah.
Okay. Is he the only one virtual? For
No,
this?
Mr. Rabah is also on virtual.
And we have several people here if you'd like to come up and take the oath and identify yourselves. If you're going to speak. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And I'm going to need each of you to state your name and address.
Charles Huffstetler, 4536 Lithia Springs Road, 33547.
Thank you.
My name is Janice Huffstetler. I live at 4536 Lithia Springs Road.
Shelley Glennon, 4535 Jesse Lane, Lithia.
Thank you.
Rhonda Storms, P.O. Box 2396, Valrico, Florida 33594.
Thank you.
Officer Jason Salva, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. On 5/24/2021, I arrived at 4532 Lithia Springs Road for a report of a list of complaints. However, due to the screening of the front fence, I was not able to see any of the violations from the roadway. I met with the neighbors, Charlie and Janice, who invited me onto the property. As I walked down the road to their house, their neighbor, Ashraf Ash Rabib, had been giving them problems. They said to include verbally harassing and playing the Islamic call to prayer all day long and other threats. Although I heard nothing that day, I walked down the Charlie and Janice Road and observed what appeared to be several inoperable unregistered vehicles. I was only able to observe a red MG with a paper tag that expired in 2019, a silver BMW, the temp tag, November 2020. And there were many other vehicles on the property, but I could not tell if they were inoperable. I observed scrap wood furniture at the rear of the property. Charlie stated that that's where he had a burn pile. I observed an RV camper that was not a violation. However, the complaint stated a woman and her child often stayed there. Charlie pointed to two sheds and stated that Ash rented out the sheds and they were hooked up to an unpermitted septic tank. There was also a slab poured that was over 150 square feet. Charlie stated the slab was about 30 by 40. He pointed out to a raised pool deck that appeared to be over 150 square feet, but there was no way for me to verify this information. The complaint stated that Ash would curse them out and threaten to use the road as access point. I advised him he did not have to worry about that. His road was his. I did advise the Department of Health, Florida Department of Health, about the illegal septic tank, and they did their own investigation on that. I also passed this information off to Code Compliance Officer Rick Finley. On 6/3, Code Inspector Rick Finley and I met at Lithia Springs Road for inspection. We walked down Mr. Hafstadter's driveway and allowed a sensor to trip so Ash would know we were there. I called to Ash several times, but he didn't answer initially. He had installed a metal fence inside the chain link fence with roofing panels, but that was a violation because it's not installed in a workmanlike manner. He would let her take down that fence. The violations listed that he was cited for were the fence screening in the front, where he has screening over his front fence over 6 feet tall, accumulations of old furniture, scrap woods, junk, trash, debris, inoperable vehicles, outside open storage of cinder blocks. As far as the non-conforming housing type, I was not able to confirm whether or not people were actually living in the sheds. Therefore, that's why I asked the neighbors, they could testify to this. It should also be noticed that Officer Finley did cite him for the sheds that are over 150 square feet, and he had applied for a permit for an accessory structure. However, he'd only applied for one. There were multiple. It should be noted that we received additional complaints on this property, but they were substantially closed out, such as unpermitted sheds and people living in the RV. Because we had a complaint on it, we closed it out. On 7/14, I served Mr. Gillespie's office, Jonathan Silent, combo notice for the hearing today.
Okay, Counselor.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you for the opportunity to respond. First off, the way that we started the case or the presentation by Officer Jason Zaza is incorrect. First off, if he wants to get into the fight between the neighbors, the way that it started was that Mr. Hestetter had got upset that Mr. Rabah is not a Christian, that he's Muslim. And that
Objection, Your Honor. Objection. Objection, Your Honor.
There's no grounds.
Objection.
Who's objecting here?
I'm being asked. Mr. Chair, Your Honor, this council has, and this defendant has consistently lied about my clients in defense of their code enforcement.
Okay,
saying
we will listen to you later.
and racist behavior. I object.
Ma'am,
I object.
ma'am, we will listen to you when it's your turn. Have a seat, please. Counselor, continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. The short version of where I'm getting at is Mr. Rabah is the victim of a hate crime because he's Muslim and the neighbor is white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. As you can tell by the officer's opening statement that they're upset that Mr. Rabah plays Muslim music. That is not a code violation. What we're actually here about are 4 points on the hearing notice that was presented. Of those 4 points, the hearing officer did not touch any of them. There was an accumulation of some furniture, which he mentioned, but he didn't mention if that was remedied, if he's inspected again. I had a conversation with him. I've sent him 60 photos to show that the violation has been remedied. He said he passed by. It didn't bother to bring
We can't hear him.
mentioned other items on the list of 4 items. What we hear about is inoperable vehicles, which he has, again, 160 photos. I've offered to bring the vehicles to the street to show him the registration. He would not take me up on that, Your Honor. We had
So
talked
it's
about
you-
open storage. I'm sorry?
What you're saying is you're in compliance?
100%, Your Honor, and I've already uploaded to your system all photos, which we will go through today, to show that he's 100% in compliance.
Okay, well, we
Also,
can,
had a conversation last week about that.
we
He was
can, we
going
can,
to re-inspect, and his words to me, Your Honor, was it doesn't matter if you're in compliance. I'm calling a hearing anyway because this neighbor complained, and he deserves a hearing. I don't know why the person complaining deserves a hearing. We're here about Mr. Rabah and his property.
correct.
So we are being victimized because, again, the WASP neighbor has a problem with the Muslim neighbor.
That's as you know,
Your Honor.
that's as you know is for another court,
Absolutely, Your Honor.
rather
but
than
we're
being
here-
victimized.
in your-
All right. So we have this straight. Your testimony is the accumulations, inoperable vehicles, open storage, and the fencing, it's all complied.
No, Your Honor. My proffer to this court as an attorney, an officer of a court, is that it's done. I do not testify. My witness may testify, and he
I
can identify the
understand.
photos.
All right.
Yes,
let
Your
your
Honor.
You have your witness there to testify that they are in compliance.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to call the officer first, Your Honor.
I just want to hear the gentleman tell me we may not even need the officer's input. If the gentleman's in compliance, we only need to send an inspector.
Well, we've already offered that to the officer, Your Honor. Supposedly he was going back out. We've sent him photos. He wanted this hearing, so we'll proceed with going through the photos, Your Honor. I'll share my screen and call Mr. Rabah.
You want to share some photographs is what you want to do?
Oh, yes, Your Honor. We'll go through all the photos of the property if that's what we need to do, but I would call Mr. Rabah.
That isn't what needs, see, that isn't what needs to be done. What I need is testimony from your client that all of the cited items have been fixed.
Then I call Mr. Rabat again, Your Honor. I've asked.
Correct.
Let's
If
call
you
Mr.
would,
Rabat.
call your client and let's hear from him.
Then again, Your Honor, I call Mr. Rabat to the stand. He's on video.
Okay, that's fine.
Can you hear me okay? Hello?
Go
I
ahead.
hear you. He needs to be sworn in, Your Honor. They sworn the people in the courtroom, not on video.
Okay. Ms. Meyer?
Oh, hi. Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay.
If may inquire, Your Honor.
We need his name and address.
Ashraf Rabah, 4532 Lithia Springs Road, Lithia, Florida, 33592.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Rabat, were you served with notice of this hearing?
Was I served? No.
Was my office served on your behalf and you delivered a copy?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the 4 allegations in that complaint?
Yes.
Have those items been remedied?
The metal that.
I'll read them to you. Let's start with them. Item number 1, accumulations. Under item number 1, it said accumulation of furniture, scrap wood, junk, trash, and debris. Remove all accumulations to include but not limited to, and it says above, inspection comment.
Yes.
Have you removed the debris that was there?
Yes.
Okay. Another is about inoperable vehicles. Do you have any inoperable vehicles in the area in your property? Particularly, it mentions several inoperable vehicles, a BMW, which I believe was your 2012 7 Series Alpine, an MG, a Mustang.
Yeah, the Mustang is a vehicle. The BMW runs and drives and has been sold. The MG is not on the property. The Mustang is a car that my son that passed away and I were supposed to work on, and I believe I'm entitled to have a project or hobby car, but it is no longer on the property.
Okay. Item number 3, open outside storage. It says cease or require approvals for outside open storage of cinder blocks or remove cinder blocks and store them inside a structure. Are there cinder blocks stored outside on your property?
No, the 12 cinder blocks that were out there that I was using for a garden have been removed.
Item number 4, fence zoning violation. This one includes items A through E, going over proper structure of a fence. The compliance officer mentioned some metal structures on your fence. Have they been removed?
Yes, I'd initially put those up because I was tired of listening to Charlie rant and rave and condemn me for my faith. So I put those up temporarily. Have now replaced those with on that one side that is along the fence line with Charlie, palm trees, so I do not have to listen to him or watch him gawk at my daughter and the little girl.
Thank you. Are you aware of any other violations that are noted for today's hearing?
No.
Were you served with any other paperwork in relation to today's hearing?
No.
Your Honor, we have approximately 160 photos of the yard to go over the compliance. At this point, I would yield time to your tribunal and ask for the right to recall Mr. Rabat if necessary to proceed through those photos.
Certainly. All right. We need to hear from the witnesses that are out there. So, who wishes
Your
to
Honor,
speak? Yes.
As I yield time, because the time limit is imposed on all of us, I'd ask that it be limited to only what is before the court today, which is those 4 issues.
That's all we're going to allow. We're only going to allow the accumulate. We don't want to hear he has loud music. We don't want to hear he's got dogs running loose. Only the 4 items. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Who wants to be first?
Your Honor, may I sit down? I have a problem.
State your name for the record.
Charles Huffstetler.
You can sit down when he has trouble standing.
Certainly. Did you want to tell us anything?
Yes. He's just getting situated, Your Honor.
Okay. See, we can't see what's going on.
Identify yourself.
Charles Huffstetler, 4536 Lithia Springs Road, Lithia, Florida.
Go ahead. What do you want to tell us?
When Ash first moved in January of 18, he had his main septic tank pumped out.
No, we're not talking about that. So all we're discussing is today, and we're discussing accumulations, inoperable vehicles, outside open storage, and the fencing. Do you have anything you want to say about those 4 items?
Can I finish what I was trying to say? Because
no, sir. You can testify to what you know about those 4 items.
Well, you're going to have to tell me what the 4 were.
I just did, but I'll do it again for you. Accumulations, inoperable vehicles, outside open storage, and fencing violation.
Your Honor, if I can just interject here, this is Rhonda Storms talking, and I've signed up for the record. If I can just orient Mr. Huffstetler, is that all right?
Certainly.
He is speaking to the accessory dwellings, the people that are living on site and the trailers. He needs to describe what he can see with his own property, with his own eyes on what is on the property. Mr. Raba has said that he has cleared everything out and fixed everything. Mr. Huffstetler, can you address that?
Okay, wait a minute. Unfortunately, we're not here for accessory dwellings or people living on the property. We're here only for the accumulations, inoperable vehicles, outside open storage, and the zoning violation.
Excuse me, sir. Officer Jason Zalva here. When I originally testified, this was part of the original complaints of non-conforming use. I was not able to cite that because I was not able to see it, but I did ask them to come so they could testify to it because I could not testify to it. So if you'd like to hear that, I would ask to let you hear that. But if not, I understand, sir.
It's not on our agenda.
Yes, sir.
You would have to cite them for that.
Yes, sir. I did not sign because I did not see with my own eyes. Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor.
Back to the respondent.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
Your Honor, if I could just ask, then these clients have been waiting here. These citizens have been waiting here. They came to my house at 7:20 this morning. They've been waiting here this whole time because they were asked by code enforcement to come and give this information. Code enforcement told them that they could not, that code enforcement was not given permission to get on property to cite them. And because of that, they need a warrant to get on that property to cite them. They were asked, these citizens were asked to come with pictures and to provide all of that information of everything that they could show so that code enforcement would have probable cause to get on that property and determine whether or not the cars are operable or not, because you can't just take the testimony of this individual, whether or not there are accessory dwellings on the property, whether or not a septic tank has been installed to these accessory dwellings. And that was what we were asked to come. And we've waited for 5 hours to come down here and to say that. So if we're not permitted to say that, Your Honor, then code enforcement needs to get probable cause. And we're trying to establish probable cause today to get a warrant to get on that property and to determine whether or not all of these trailers that they see being hauled onto that property and people living on that property is legal. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I don't believe that needs a response, but a notice of hearing outlines the scope of the hearing, and there's nothing outside that scope that needs to be addressed. This is not a warrant hearing. This is not a probable cause hearing. We're here on 4 issues and nothing more.
That is correct, and that's all we're going to listen to. If code enforcement wants to cite them, they're going to have to cite them for the people living there. It's not on our agenda. We cannot deal with that today. Okay? I don't know who in code enforcement informed Ms. Storms, but we can only address what's on the agenda. So do any of your,
Could I
go
just
ahead.
Sir, could I just say one thing?
Sure.
Janice Huffstetler. I just would like to request that code enforcement be able to get a warrant to be able to go onto that property. The way the signs and his gates and stuff prohibit any.
She's outside the scope again. This is not the point of this hearing. We have also been waiting for hours for this. Mr. Rabat, again, is being prosecuted as a victim of a hate crime here. We need to move on and stay within the four corners of the documents presented, Your Honor.
We're going to stay into them. Ma'am, what I advise, Mr. Pisano,
Yes, sir.
okay. Do you have a supervisor here that can explain to that group what you all need to be able to cite them for that? In the meantime, we will just rule on the 4 items. That's all that's before us. Okay?
Your Honor, we ask that they be dismissed since there is absolutely no evidence to the contrary that they all have been remedied.
Okay, we're not going to dismiss it, but if he says he's in compliance, I'm sure one of the board members will make a motion and give a short date where an inspector can actually go out, and the owner would have to allow him to walk through the property with him. And if everything's clear, the case is closed.
Your Honor, they found the violations from outside the property, and we're going to ask that they remain outside the property. They have no right or reason to be on the property. There is nothing that they have cited that requires them to come on the property when they weren't required to be there the first time.
Permission to speak? For the record, my name is Shelley Glennon. My address is 4535 Jesse Lane. And like the others, I came providing visual evidence of the sheds because that was my interpretation.
Ma'am, I can't say this so many times.
No, I do
We're
understand,
not
sir.
dealing with the sheds.
Okay,
period.
I do understand, but I also
Okay.
have visual documentation that not all of the fencing is in compliance. I have pictures taken
Okay,
yesterday.
that would be the inspector's job. We're going to give them so many days, and an inspector's going to come out, and it's his job to determine whether they're in compliance or not.
And I would request that code enforcement be given a warrant to enter the property to inspect
We're not
thoroughly.
talking warrants. You all are saying the same thing over and over and over again. So,
Because the code enforcement has
We're
previously
done.
been denied
ma'am,
access.
ma'am, we're done.
Okay.
Members of the board, do you have any questions? Mr. Lorenzen, go ahead and make your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move in case CE 21006656 that based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 3 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $500 per day be assessed.
Second, Clayton.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Somehow, Counselor, the code inspector is going to have to look at what's inside, but you deal with whatever you want to deal with. He's got 3 days to comply. We need to verify it. If not, it's a $500 a day fine. Okay?
Your Honor, just for the record, I would note that your finding, which you voted unanimously for, has absolutely no backing whatsoever. The code enforcement officer cannot point to any violation that exists today. You found that in present tense, he's in violation with no evidence to the contrary.
Okay.
The only evidence before you is the exact opposite of what you just found. He
Okay.
found the violation from outside, and we allow him from the outside. Otherwise, we will seek appeal.
Okay. If you do not like our decision, sir, you do have the right to appeal.
Your decision is not grounded in fact, Your Honor. It's not grounded in
You have
evidence.
the
It's
right,
grounded
you
on-
have the right to appeal. We're
Will do
done
so.
with this case. Next case, please.
Here.
Okay, that was the last case with people here to speak. So if you want to go back to the beginning of the agenda. And Mr. Bordenero, if you want to put on record the thing you say when nobody's here.
Seeing that no one is present in the audience for the remaining cases on the agenda, the board will now review the case material previously provided by the county staff. And if the board finds that the property is in violation of Hillsborough County Code of Ordinances as listed in staff's presentation, the board's ruling in each case will be based on the evidence presented, gravity of the violation, action taken by the violator's history in determining the amount of fine that will be assessed. Yes, sir.
Are you ready for the next case?
Yes, ma'am, we're ready.
Okay. Okay, turn to page 1 of your agenda under continued cases. Number 2, case number CE 20006839. The owner is the estate of Robert Phillips, 3673 Sugar Creek Drive. We have service and no one is present. And this case was continued from a previous hearing, and you should have received a case history with your agenda package.
Good afternoon, Charles Harwell, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. I'm representing the case for Paul Rowland. As it says, continued. The owner is deceased, and the fire department had to cut a hole in the wall to bring him out of the building. The Officer Rowland has been in contact with the ex-girlfriend of the deceased owner, who they have a child in common with, and that was June of last year. And he met her at the property. They discussed the violations. And in August of last year, also, he called the sister of the deceased owner and left a voicemail. And since then, he's had no contact with anyone. The conditions remain. The last time he was at the property was July 14th.
Go ahead.
Page number 2000.
Mike, give me your name. Microphone, turn your microphone on and give her your name.
I move in case number CE 20006839. I grant 30 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $500 per day be assessed.
We have a second.
Lorenzen, I'll second Mr. Rozzio's motion.
Okay, we all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next case.
Okay, I apologize, board members. It's come to my attention that this next case, there is a party on virtual to testify. So the next case is number 3 on the continued cases, case number CE 20007220. The owner is Karen C. Mullis, 2019 Wiggins Road. And this again is another continuance. We have a party online for this.
Good afternoon, Charles Harwell. Oh, sorry.
Okay, the person online, raise your right hand, please.
Franklin, can you hear us?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, I can hear.
And state your name and address, please.
Franklin Mullis, 2021 South Wiggins Road, Plant City.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Charles Harwell, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. I'm presenting the case for Dennis Sweeney. Like I said, it was continuation. They have 3 containers, Connex boxes on the property. It's my understanding they are working to get a permit to make them an accessory structure. And he can speak to the problems he's had. I'm sorry, the property is zoned AS1. It's not in foreclosures, no life safety issues as well.
Okay, respondent, go ahead.
Yes. We are working on permitting, have been. I actually have an engineer that on this same case, as well as a contract, as well as myself trying to get with the county on what was provided. We have provided what they've asked for, and each time keep getting a different response on different things that they're looking for, which we are constantly, getting back to them as quickly as we can on some of the issues. Everything else that was on the non-compliance has been in compliance, other than the storage units that we have. Like I said, and we're in process of permitting. And we've called several times, the engineer, the contractor, and as well as my wife, and left messages for the person that keeps kicking back the information of wanting more. So we're been trying to get a hold of him, which we've only been able, not a cell phone number, but only an email. So we have done that, have not got a response back from him. And this was from the engineer himself, because he's wanting to talk to him to know exactly what he's looking for, to where he can provide this information to him or for him, to where we can get this turned in order to get the permitting.
So we've gone 6 months without them denying or approving or?
Well, they've denied it twice already.
Okay.
You gave me another month. You gave me another month to get this taken care of. In this month, like I said, we have had an engineer trying to get a hold of him, a contractor trying to get a hold of him, as well as ourselves trying to get a hold of him, and have not yet to speak to this person at all.
Okay, you may need to speak to somebody else over there if he's not responding to you.
He's the one, though, that is sending back the replies that he needs this. So, I'm trying to do what he's asking me to do, which I would assume he is with the county. So, I would assume that would be the person that I'm trying to get the information from, being that he's taking care of the application and the permitting process that I'm actually trying to go through. Or do I just start this over with a totally different person?
Go ahead.
Sir, I have a question for you. This is Mr. Lorenzen. I just trying to understand. Obviously, this is through no fault of anybody. It sounds like, apparently, but it's been going on for quite some time. Is there any particular reason why you can't move the container off-site to someplace where it's allowed until this process is complete?
It's just there's a lot of work, because, like I said, we do have stuff, that is stored in the unit that we would actually have to take out in order to remove the unit. Like I said, that we have not even really, and truthfully, I'll be straight up with you, we didn't even know that would be an option. All we thought we had to do was go through the permitting process And then we tried that on our own and then ended up finding out that we needed more people involved, which was a engineer and a contractor. So, I mean, I'm totally blind into what I'm doing. So, and I'm close to getting everything taken care of. If I could just get him to get with the engineer, I believe that, we can get this permitted. I know that these can be permitted, and, for the storage, I've got to be able to put the two together, and we're not getting a response.
I totally understand, and I appreciate the honesty with that. My guess, and I'm just kind of spitballing here because I'm thinking about making a motion, but my suggestion here is, because it's been so much time, I'm having a hard time just continuing this and kicking this can down the road again.
Oh,
My
I
suggestion,
totally understand. I'm with you the whole
yeah.
time.
What I'm thinking about is maybe we give you a timeline and a fine, but an extended timeline for you to continue this process. And then if you get to the end of that road and you still haven't gotten anywhere with the parties that you've hired or new parties or whatever, then you can, look to move it off site. But I can't in good faith just keep, pushing this down the line. Is that something that you think could work for you? We give you, I don't know, I'm just spitballing, but 90 days or 120 days or something for you to continue through your process. And then, you get to that timeline that keeps you from coming back too, obviously.
I totally understand. Let's do this then. And this may be what you're saying. You're going to give me 120 days to try to get this problem resolved with permitting. Am I right?
Correct. Or you'd have to remove it from the site. Right.
Before the 120 days or after the 120 days? If we don't
Within 120 days, you get to 120, it'll have to be gone or you'll have to have a permit.
Okay, that's what I wanted, just to make sure of what we were dealing with there.
Right. It wouldn't be 120 days and then you remove it. At 120, somebody's going to come out and look, and it's either there and you have a permit or it's not there.
I totally understand.
Okay, no problem. Well, I'll go ahead and make a motion then. Thank you, sir.
I don't have a problem with that. But now, does this mean that we can continue to keep going through permitting to have this?
Yes, sir. You continue to fight the good fight. You just have 120 days to do it before fines start running.
Okay. That sounds reasonable.
All right. Thank you, sir. I move in case CE 20007220 that based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 120 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $200 per day be assessed.
Second, Clayton.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next case, please.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
Page 2, number 5, CE 200174777. This case complied July 27, 2021. Page 4, number 8, CE 21005832. This case was pulled per staff on July 21, 2021. Page 6, number 13, case number CE 21005306. The violator is Turok Capital Partners LLC, in location 16501 Milan de Avila. We have service and no one is present.
Code Enforcement Officer Raquel Andahar. This case is against the violator. This property is in foreclosure, and this is for not registering the property with ProChamps. First violation, foreclosed property registration. Second violation, for foreclosed property agent is required to be registered too. No contact has been made.
Have to have an agent. Is what she's saying.
Okay.
Make your motion.
I'm sorry.
Those to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved, that paid a fine of $200 will be assessed.
Second, Lorenzen of Mrs. Clayton's motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next case.
You're going to have to repeat that. We couldn't understand it out here. What was the motion?
30 days, $100.
I still can't get it.
Yeah,
The
that
motion's
mic
for-
is not good.
The motion's for 30 days, $300 per day.
300? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, next case is page 7, number 15, CE 2100-3039. This case complied July 29, 2021. Page 9, number 19, CE 2100-3795. The owner is Maria Elena Lapica, 2516 West Jean Street. We have service and no one is present.
Good afternoon. John Kieran, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Property in question is located at 2516 West Jean Street, Tampa, Florida 33614. Property is owned by Lapica Maria Elena. Property is owner occupied. Property is not in foreclosure. Property was first inspected March 22nd, 2021. Initial inspection revealed one violation. A re-inspection was performed April 13, 2021, which revealed that the commercial vehicle and the commercial trailer remained located on the front driveway of said property. I performed a pre-hearing inspection on July 20, 2021. Photographs were taken at that time for this hearing. It appears that the commercial vehicle has been relocated to the driveway of adjacent property. However, the commercial trailer remains. This property remains in violation for the following condition: commercial vehicle. Thank you.
I make a motion, I grant 10 days to come into compliance, and if compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $300 per day be assessed.
Second, Lorenzen of Mrs. Gerazio's motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next case.
Number 20, case number CE 2100-4104. The owner is Liliana Marquez, 7812 North Church Avenue. We have service and no one is present.
Yes, I believe that this case was pulled from the agenda due to a land use hearing that is scheduled here in the near future.
Okay, that case is pulled.
Next.
Next case is on page 10, number 22, CE 2100-4937. The owner is HPA 2 Borrower 2020-1 GA LLC, location 6708 Ralston Beach Circle. We have service and no one is present.
Good afternoon. John Carrion, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Property in question is located at 6708 Ralston Beach Circle, Tampa, Florida 33614. Property is owned by HPA 2 Borrower 2020-1 GA LLC. Property is currently not occupied. Property is not in foreclosure. The property was first inspected April 16, 2021. The initial inspection revealed 3 violations. A re-inspection was performed on May 14, 2021, where it was revealed that one of the violations had achieved compliance. I performed a pre-hearing inspection on July 19, 2021, and again on July 26, 2021. Photographs were taken at that time for this hearing. I received an email from the respondent on May 27, 2021, requesting guidance on the violations. I then requested the respondent contact me and have not been contacted as of yet. This property remains in violation of the following conditions: primary structure setback, interior floors and walls. Thank you.
Good.
I grant 30 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $250 a day be assessed.
So Mr. Lorenzen, I'll second Ms. Clayton's motion of 30 days, $250 a day.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next case, please.
Page 11, number 24, CE 200131143. The owner is Christina Reyes, 10914 Country Haven Drive. We have service and no one is present.
Jason Zalba, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. On August 27th, 2020, I was on routine patrol on Country Haven Drive when I observed severe overgrowth of grass and weeds in the front and rear yard. The home appeared to be abandoned, so I photographed the violations of overgrowth and accumulations in the rear yard. I requested a 4-day notice of violation be sent to the owner. Also taped a notice of visit to the front door. On 9/4/2020, I arrived back for reinspection. All the violations remain and referred this case for a hearing. I even reached out to another person with the same name. They did not own that property. On 7/15, I posted a notice of hearing on the door with blue pairs tape, observed the house is vacant. Vagrant activity was afoot, and with Officer Bishop's assistance, we cleared the house and proceeded to secure all access points. All violations remain of overgrowth and accumulations.
I move and I grant 13 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $300 per day be assessed.
Second, Clayton.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Page 12, number 25, CE 200131148. The owner is Dry Creek Properties LLC. Location 10115 Ray Street. We have service and no one is present.
Officer Jason Zalba, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. On 8/27/2020, I arrived at this address, met with the complainant and tenant, Lillian Garza. She signed the consent form and requested I do interior inspection. I observed smoke detectors. Only one worked. The porch and the stairs inside were damaged. Interior light fixtures were missing bulbs. Air conditioning didn't work properly. There are no GFCI protections. There was exposed electrical wiring throughout the house. Interior walls were damaged, missing entire section of the rear wall of the home. Interior floors and walls. The floor is soft in several spots. The wiring was incorrect and GFCIs were missing. On 9/21, I contacted Lillian Garcia to find out the property manager started making repairs. She advised that they had made no repairs, only left them a note that the property is soon to be sold. I explained that even if they sold the property, they're still in violation. On 10/29, I contacted them on the phone. She advised the property manager had made no effort to make the corrections, and I referred it to hearing. On 7/15, I posted a notice of hearing of blue pairs tape on the door. There were new tenants in the property. Because they only spoke Spanish, I had Officer Cortez via speaker cell phone translate to them to make sure the new owners get the paperwork, or excuse me, the owners get paperwork. And she understood. I asked if I could get inside to inspect it to see if anything has been updated or complied. They refused entry. To this moment, I have no idea if anything's been repaired.
Officer Zalba, is there I'm assuming there is, but just for your testimony, a life safety issue here?
It's just, yeah, there are some safety issues, especially with exposed wiring. There are small children in, but without being able to get in to find out if anything's been repaired, I don't know.
Understand. Thank you. I grant 3 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $500 per day be assessed.
Second, Clayton.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And that concludes the agenda.
Okay, is the county attorney on?
I am.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good. Not to take up a bunch of time today, but can you find out, we seem to be between a rock and a hard place on these evictions.
Yes.
If you can find out who can evict and who can't evict for our next meeting, at least we'll have some guidelines.
Okay. I think the main issue is this moratorium. That's what I heard, that the courts are not allowing them to take any action until I guess it expires maybe in September. The landlord is the person that initiates the evictions, since it's his property. But I'll try to find some more information. But I think the problem is just this I guess the process has been placed on hold.
Right, because what I was, like, if I own the property outright, there's no banks, no federal, and I rent it out, I should be able to evict.
That is correct. And I think
Right.
the banks, I think what the banks were saying was that they did have ownership. That's why they were going to court to file the evictions.
Okay, if you can give us a little guidelines, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, sounds good.
Mr. Lorenzen.
As a follow-up to that, Carmine, is there, for the cases that are impacted, like Ms. Murphy just stated in regards to the extension of moratorium and things like that, is there a reason why we're bringing those to the board? Or can you guys just hold on to those until that time is completed so that we can address them?
I think
We
that just
didn't-
happened. Yeah. That just happened like today, right, Carmine? This is something that was announced recently. So I wasn't aware until yesterday.
Understand for the ones as of today, but I mean for
as of
next month, for example, there's no reason to bring them back if we can't vote on it until after, if it has been renewed September, if that's what it is.
Yes, we were in a position, as Ms. Murphy is saying, that we didn't know at the time we did review, or even, I think it was just pushed through yesterday, the continuance. So we were kind of crossing our fingers, hoping that they would lift the moratorium on evictions and foreclosures and everything else as we were discussing earlier. But we'll pay close attention to that in the future. And if it's still not cleared, any cases that involve the foreclosure in cases that apply as well as evictions, we will extend them and won't bring them to the court to waste our time here.
I understand. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, unless there's any more questions, we are adjourned.
All right, guys. Bye.
We had a good time.
Yeah, you guys had a great job on the case involving I don't know the name of the case, but you really kept it on track, so that was wonderful. That was a good job.
Thank you.
All right, guys, have a good weekend.